I'll just switch places. You can come over and get in my chair. Oh, looks like we're, oh, there he is.
Oh,
Let me see.
Mr. Dizick, we're waiting for your mom to connect. She's having a couple issues, but hopefully she's here soon.
Okay, thank you very much. Startled me.
Good morning, everyone. We are now on the record, and thank you for your patience. We're starting 5 minutes late, but we wanted to connect Carrie Ensign, and we've done so, so we're going to proceed. Are you Jason Dizick?
Dizick, yes, sir.
Dizick, thank you. Okay, and is your SID number 08960214?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive your packet and notice of rights at least 14 days ago, which is 158 pages?
Yes, sir, I did. Thank you.
Right. Well, My name is Don Reese. I'm one of the board members who will be participating and conducting this hearing today. Also, today we have Vice Chair of the Board, Ronnie Cleaver.
Good morning, Mr. Dizick. I think we were in hearings together a couple of years ago now. It's nice to see you today.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we have Board Member Kelly Kuklinski.
Good morning, Mr. Dizick. It's good to see you again.
Morning, ma'am.
And then also, we have Coos County District Attorney Paul Frazier. Good morning, Mr. Frazier.
Thank you. I'm here with Steve McMullen, one of the victims in this case.
Great, thank you. Mr. McMullen, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Great. All right. Well, thanks for being here today. And then finally, Carrie Ensign, your mother. And can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Well, I understand there's maybe a little problem connecting, but it sounds like I can hear you and you can hear me. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Mr. Dizick, in terms of documents that the board has, in addition to the 158-page packet I mentioned, we received a 5-page letter from you with your parole plan that you also submitted to the psychological evaluator, a letter from your mother, and a letter from District Attorney Paul Frazier. Are there any other materials you're aware of, Mr. Dizick, that you want the board to have that I didn't mention?
Not that I know of at this time. I've tried to submit the records to the fact that I've completed several programs in the past. I've done several of the GOGI. I have the certificates for the GOGI program. I know that my record shows that I've taken Pathfinders, DBT, breaking barriers, and so forth. I'm just hoping that that's still part of the record.
Do you have documents that you could submit to the board if we left the record open for 7 days after today?
Yes, absolutely. Well, I would have to make some photocopies, but yes, I can make arrangements for that.
All right. Well, would you like the board to leave the record open for that purpose?
That would be fine. Yes, thank you, please.
Okay. And then just get those documents to Kim Coons, and she will share them with the 3 board members in this hearing. And again, we'll leave that open for, well, I was going to say 7 days, but maybe we'll do 2 weeks just to make sure that the board receives those documents. So I'll say 2 weeks.
Would it be possible, if I was to have them sent, can I have them sent via fax?
Yeah, as far as I know, I'll wait confirmation from Kim Coons, but I think that is actually probably a pretty good way to do it.
All right. What I'll try and do then is I will talk to the person here who runs the legal system, and I will see about having her make fax copies of them directly to Kim Coons so that you can see them all.
Actually, the best way is to scan and email them to me, not fax.
All right, not a problem. I'll make arrangements for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coons, for clarifying that. I appreciate it. So, okay, that's the plan on that. So all the materials that I mentioned will be considered by the board during the hearing. And Mr. Dizick, there are no confidential documents that have been received by the board, meaning that you have the same materials that the board has in terms of what's being considered during this hearing. So this is the time set for your parole consideration hearing, which is a hearing to decide whether the board finds that you are no longer dangerous, or finds that you remain dangerous, but you can be adequately controlled with supervision and treatment, or finds that you are dangerous and will defer your parole consideration date. One of the materials that the board's received from the Department of Corrections is an institutional report that's in your packet dated September 18th, 2024, prepared by Counselor Evans and reviewed and approved by Superintendent Jamie Miller, or maybe Jaime Miller, I'm not sure. Have you read the report, and are there any comments you want to make about that report?
No, I spoke directly with my counselor regarding a portion of that report. So I have no questions or input at this present time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dizick. The board also ordered and you participated in a psychological evaluation for today's hearing prepared by Dr. Milkey, dated September 18th, 2024. Did you read Dr. Milkey's report?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are there any comments, and we'll talk about the report during the hearing, of course, but are there any comments you want to make about that report right now that the board should be aware of?
Honestly, I disagree with some of his findings. I kind of feel that there was to some of the things that he had stated. And it was just, I apologize. I'm not really sure how to articulate how I'm trying to come across. And I most certainly don't want to sound glib or disrespectful in any way. I'm trying to, there were elements of what he had stated, for instance, his comment of that pride and dominance are important factors in prison. And that's just not true, at least not with me. I try to hold myself to a standard of accountability, above all others, and honesty and integrity more than anything else. Do I make mistakes? Absolutely. I will never say that I am an infallible person. So that's about the extent of it right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And as I say, we'll get into the report during the hearing, and you'll have an opportunity to make further comments. Just as a general overview of where we're headed this morning in the hearing, probably no surprise to you, we'll touch on your inmate spending account briefly, and your physical and mental health, work that you've done in the institution, programming, disciplinary record, the Dr. Milkey's report, the crime itself, and your parole plan. Do you have any questions about that?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so just briefly in terms of finances, it looks like as of September 12th, 2024, you had $79.29 on your account. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir. I just went to Canteen today, so I have approximately $52 in there as of today. That I can confirm because I picked up my commissary today.
Okay. And
so,
do you have any? I'm sorry.
No. My goal, I'm actually trying to save up my money. My goal right this minute is that I'm working towards saving money for a new TV. My old TV plunked out on me, so which is okay. It gives me more opportunity to focus on other stuff, doing my artwork and so forth. So, but that is one of my initial goals.
How much is that going to cost?
It's just shy of $300.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, do you have any other accounts where you have savings or other funds?
So the only other current account that I have is the inmate transition account, and it has a little over $400 in it right now. So I'm well on my way to the accumulation of $500. And I'm also in the process of, because I do a substantial amount of artwork, I'm looking towards the effort of selling some of my art online. And I have an associate who's looking to help me. I recently finished a portrait of Marilyn Monroe that I'm hoping to put online for sale.
So how does that work? If you do that, what percentage of the proceeds do you receive?
Well, I'm not really 100% sure. I've never actually sold anything online. This will be my first piece. If I had to guess, I would probably get about 50%. At least that's my guess. I'm not really 100% sure.
Okay. It didn't look like you really have anyone putting money in your account other than maybe your mom once in a great while, but it didn't look like anyone else. Is that right?
That's correct. My mother, bless her heart, she is on a fixed income, as is. So any money that she is ever able to send, I'm immensely grateful. And more often than not, I'll always use that to put on the phone. I have about $13 currently on my phone account so that I can continue to keep in contact with my family.
So in terms of saving up, and you mentioned you had a goal of saving money towards a TV that might cost $300. Have you had a thought about saving money to assist you in the event that you're released back into the community, so you'd have a little bit of a cushion financially?
Absolutely, and that's what my inmate transitional account is for. And as I said, that's right now it's a little over $400, and normally they cap it at $5, but once I'm going to request that they continue to take money out of my inmate spending when I get my merit pay, things like that. I'm going to continue to have them pull more money out so that I have an even greater cushion for when I get out.
Okay. Let me check in with Vice Chair Cleaver to see if she has any other questions about financial matters.
I'm just curious, have you started any accounts outside of the institution to start saving? Or are all your accounts the institutional accounts?
Currently, all my accounts are institutional accounts, but it's definitely something that I can look into with my mother as far as structure. Would you recommend that I create an outside account?
Oh, I'm not here to make a recommendation on that. I mean, I have seen quite a few AICs have accounts outside of the institution. I don't know if the interest rates are better. I mean, it's just something I've seen, and so that's why I'm asking about it.
Oh, no, not a problem. And yeah, and at this point, granted, I understand that it's not really your position to give out recommendations, but at the same time, I also welcome any recommendations that might come about. So it's definitely something that I think I can take a very serious look into, and if it is something that will be financially feasible for me to do, then absolutely. I absolutely see no reason as to not do it.
Yeah, obviously the board does make recommendations. I'm just not a financial wizard, so I don't want to steer you correctly. And I have seen that, and I just, that's the only reason I ask. And also because we want to get a really good picture of what your finances are when we talk about, for example, later in the hearing about release. Okay, but that was the only question I had. I'm going
All
to
right.
turn it over to Ms. Kuklinski.
Mr. Dizick, one of Dr. Guyton's recommendations at the time of your last psychological evaluation was that you create a detailed financial plan. I'm wondering if you have had an opportunity to do that.
I'm not really, to be honest with you, I'm not really fully sure how I'm supposed to go about doing that beyond what's already in my parole plan. I know that it's my primary, once I first get out, prior to my incarceration, I was drawing SSI for mental and emotional disabilities. It was my intent to look into that as an initial buffer to help, but beyond that, I fully intend on looking for gainful employment as far as being able to just simply create an existing salary, as well as continue with my art and potentially selling my art online.
Okay, and I think that was all kind of part of what her recommendation was. Part of it was she recommended that you do some research regarding your eligibility for Social Security payments. Like, are you actually eligible? That sort of thing. So I don't know if, do you know, have you found out if you are eligible?
Yes, so I actually have invested some time, and I do have a packet. I do have it's called a first 30 days pack, first 30 hours packet. I've gotten that, and so I have enough information. It says that I have up to, they will, depending on when I get started, if I do it while I'm still, and they advise that I do it before I leave. And that way it will allow me 90 days before, they'll cut me a check for 90 days before and 90 days after my release for a confirmed release date, so that I'll have that the day that I walk out the door. That should be anywhere between $400 up to $900 a month as far as that. So it would be a substantial buffer there. And there are other things that I can look into as well with regarding schooling. I am eligible for oh my gosh, I can't think of the name of it now. There are educational programs and other things like that that I have that I'm available for.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So did you have confirmed that you do qualify then for the Social Security payments, like based on your current, I think you said mental and physical, is that what you
Yes,
said?
thank you.
Or emotional, okay. And you have confirmed that you do qualify. It's just a matter of reapplying and allowing time for that to process.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Those were the questions I had. Thank you. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Reese.
Thank you.
Well, I assume your incarceration has cut off your Social Security payments, right?
Yes, sir. It was as soon as I was arrested, it was discontinued.
And I guess I would suppose that you might need to have a hearing with the Social Security Administration to reestablish that you qualify based on a disability, since you don't qualify based on age. Is that your impression?
As of right now, yes, that is.
Okay, and so if you have a hearing in front of an administrative law judge, they may or may not decide that you qualify for Social Security, would be my understanding.
Yes, it would still go in front of it, would still, the official capacity still has to be recognized. At the same time, from my understanding, due to the extensive amount of time that I've already spent incarcerated, I mean, I've spent 32 years behind bars. I came in at the age of 19. I'm currently 51, and I've been here ever since. And so, with that, I qualify under the being as institutionalized. However, yes, you are correct that there would still be a hearing to verify that that was in fact the case.
Okay, and so I'm just one more, really, this is a follow-up to what board member Kuklinski was asking about. Other than being institutionalized for that period of time from 19 to 51 years of age, do you think that you have any other qualifiers for Social Security?
So as of right now, my mental and emotional state is probably the most substantial. I do know that my physical is starting to deteriorate. I do have arthritis all the way through my spine. I have degenerative disc disease in my neck. So the type of employment that I do is going to be somewhat limited. And being that I'm 51, I do know that looking for gainful employment may be a challenge. I have spoken to other people who have been out there and who have tried to apply for jobs that they were older than I was, but they were denied employment due to their age. So I really don't want to go down that road. I would rather actually have some form of gainful employment if it's possible, because I really want to stay busy. Because it's like they say, idle hands do the devil's work. And I absolutely crave structure. I crave structure. I have to have structure because it makes me feel good. I like to have a job. I work in the kitchen. In fact, I got up at 3 o'clock this morning to go to work. So I'm a cook in the kitchen. I love my job. It's challenging. It keeps me productive. As of right now, I do enough overtime work as well to where I make approximately $100 a month. So I work really hard at trying to save some of my money, as well as take care of my own personal needs, my hygiene, my coffee, my envelopes, so that I can keep in contact with my family, things like that.
Well, it certainly is true that work, steady, regular work, has kept a lot of people out of trouble. That's really a good launching point for the next area I wanted to ask you about, which is your physical health. And so you kind of previewed for us a little bit on that, but tell us about your current physical health.
So, as I said, I have arthritis all the way down my spine. It really challenges me from time to time, depending on what I'm doing. When I'm trying to lean over, I may have to stop and take short breaks to get my back. And I've been trying really hard. I've spoken with medical. In fact, I'm getting ready to have updated x-rays of my back. I'm currently on a thyroid medication, as well as several others, high blood pressure, things like that, to help maintain my steady health. I'm still dealing. I've had chronic insomnia my entire life, so I really struggle with. I still struggle with irregular sleep, but I'm doing everything within my power to try to always improve my my sleep patterns. I'll try to go to bed early, or I'll try to do some exercises that are going to help to make me more tired. I keep my mind mentally active so that it as well helps to make me mentally tired enough to where my brain will shut down and I can go to sleep. I never sleep. I never have a consistent sleep. I'll go to sleep despite all the medication that I take. I joke around with folks because I take 19 pills every single day, and I tell people I take enough medication to pretty much comatose a moose, and and yet I still have inconsistent sleep. I'll take my meds and still end up waking up in the middle of the night from pain that I have to readjust from. But I'm also looking at trying to get onto the wellness gym, because I definitely need to try to take a little bit more weight off. I'm at 256 pounds. My goal is to get back down to 220.
Oh, okay. Well, let me kind of back up a little bit, because you covered a lot of ground there, but starting with the arthritis you mentioned, I mean, do you have any limitations on your ability to lift weights? For example, if you were in the workplace, do you have limitations on picking up heavy objects?
So as of current, no, I don't have any. I don't have any restrictions regarding weight limitations. At the same time, I try to keep myself very conscientious about when I lift things, that I'm not lifting too much weight, that I'm not doing it in an awkward way that's going to aggravate the situation anymore.
Sure. What about standing?
No, I stand. Typically, I stand for hours at a time. As a cook, I'll spend 2.5, 3 hours in front of a hot grill. So, I might take a really brief moment, but beyond that, yeah, I stand for a good period of time.
Yeah, that answered my next question. I figured you probably, if you were cooking, you're doing so on your feet. So do you have any physical, other than discomfort, do you have any physical limitations at this time?
No, nothing so much that I can speak of. I have kind of some issues with my feet, but I'm in the process of trying to work on that, as well as, in fact, that's probably going to be my priority over a TV, is to buy myself a new pair of shoes. Hopefully that'll in itself help to relieve some of the pressure off of my feet.
So you mentioned you're taking thyroid medication. And does that seem to help your condition?
Yeah, the thyroid medication is pretty much for my metabolism. Because I've reached that age where my metabolism has slowed down rather substantially. I personally, while I have no facts to base this on, I do believe that the volume of medication that I take probably plays a very significant part in the amount of where my metabolism is.
So you also mentioned high blood pressure medication. Does that working to control your high blood pressure?
Oh, absolutely. And I take it every day. I take all my meds consistently at the same time every day. So it helps. And my blood pressure, every time that I go in for medical, they always do, they do a checkup on that via my blood pressure, my heart rate, my oxygen saturation. The last time, in fact, I just recently had labs done, and my provider told me that in all essence that I was a picture of health because everything was so consistent.
Oh, that's terrific. That's great. Well, okay, so you said you take 19 pills every single day, and we've talked about two, thyroid and high blood pressure. So, and I'm guessing we may move into the next area, which is your mental health. But I'm curious if you could tell us about these other 17 pills that we haven't talked about. So what,
Not a problem.
might want to take them one at a time, but what other medications are you taking, and why are you taking them?
So I take vitamin D because I'm not able to actually get out into the sunshine as often as I'd like. I'm currently taking, I take Pepcid and Prilosec, both for my stomach. I am taking Vistaril for my allergies, or Zyrtec, excuse me. I'm taking cholesterol medicine. I can't remember the name of it. I think, is it lisinopril? I think it might be lisinopril or Crestor, one of the two. So I've got all that, and then I've got with my mental health ones, I have Cymbalta, Remeron, Buspar. I take Doxepin, Benadryl, and then I also have melatonin.
Okay, and I'm guessing the Benadryl and the melatonin might be to help you sleep.
Yes, sir.
So the Cymbalta and the Buspar, and two others you mentioned, I'm assuming those are for mental health. Is that right?
Yes, sir, they are. Most of them are anti-anxiety medication.
And are those working for you?
They do actually. They've been really kind of putting everything to where I'm not overwhelmed. I still have times where I struggle a little bit from time to time, but it's not so overwhelming that I'm losing control. So, and they work really well, and I've actually been on them for a rather extensive amount of time.
So overall, how would you say your mental health is?
I would actually say that it's pretty good considering. I mean, I speak to a lot of different people. You know, when you look at the aspect of the fact that on paper, I still have another 19 additional years on paper before I reach my projected release date. The fact that I've already done 32 years incarcerated, that when I'm dealing with the ongoing day-to-day issues of a prison environment, I would have to say that I'm actually doing pretty good. I make jokes, I laugh with folks. You know, I even tell my mom jokes when I speak to her on the phone, and Now, I have a cow joke that's my favorite.
What is it?
So these two cows are out in the field. One cow lifts his head and he says, "Woo, what do you think of that mad cow disease?" The other cow lifts his head and says, "Woo, what the hell do I care? I'm a helicopter."
Pretty good. As bad jokes go. Well, that's good. I mean, it's hard to keep a positive mental attitude, right, in the institution, as you say. It's hard. It's hard time. You have a history, of course, of mental health issues. Are you seeing anyone for mental health issues on a regular basis in the institution?
Unfortunately, no. I do see mental health, but unfortunately, because of the way that they have categorized.
Hello?
Uh-oh.
Can you not hear me? I can no longer
I
hear
can
you.
hear. I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, and
How
I can
about
hear
the
you
rest?
too.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you just dropped for a second. You just, your sound dropped off right when you were explaining that you're not seeing anyone on a regular basis for mental health issues.
Right. Unfortunately, where they have me categorized, they categorized as like a BHS level 1. And so therefore I only see them, they mandatory visits are only every 6 months. So if I want to see them more often, I have to put kites in to go see them. Honestly, I'd rather it be like at least a minimum of every 60 days, but due to the volume of people that they have here, it's really kind of hard to get in.
Okay. Oh, thanks, Mr. Dizick. Those are all the questions I have about your physical and mental health. Let me check with Vice Chair Kleber.
Thank you, Mr. Dizick. I don't have a lot of questions about your physical health, but so you want to be able to see somebody from BHS on a more regular, consistent basis. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely, because it always helps. It helps to talk to people.
Uh-huh. And ideally, if you could wave a magic wand, ideally, how often would you be meeting with someone?
So if I was to sit there, for instance, when I was on the streets, it was once a week. And I enjoyed it because I enjoyed being able to go there and I could deal with things in far smaller increments, and it made it so much easier. If I could wave a magic wand, I would definitely want it to be at least, at the bare minimum, at least every 2 weeks. That would be what I would want.
What kinds of, you don't have to tell me the specifics, but in general, what kinds of issues do you want to work on in a therapeutic setting?
So when it comes to dealing with my therapeutic structure, the biggest part is being able to discuss what I have going on during the days, whether it be employment, my cellmate, different things like that. So I combine all that in one. The current environment, my prison environment, especially out here, the prison environment at this institution is a whole different animal than over in the valley. And it's just, it's really different. So, that would be something that I would want to be able to discuss, as well as different types of options that would be available to me towards problem solving, helping to problem solve those situations when they came up.
Okay. So how has it been different where you are currently? What you kind of alluded to it, but what has the transition been like? What are you finding to be
So,
troublesome or difficult?
so this institution, because we're so far away, this is typically where they send all of their problematic children. So we have a lot of gang violence. We have a lot of gangs. We have a lot of issues with extortion. We have really bad issues with just bullies. There, you know, because if you're not playing prison politics, then you're a bad person. And I don't want to play prison politics. I'm not here to sit there judge what another person is in prison for. I'm here to do my time to think about my own situation and what I can do to make my own situation better, rather than criticize somebody else because somebody else thinks that they're in prison for a bad charge. I don't care. I just don't.
Why did you get transitioned over to SRCI? What?
When SRCI, because when I first came over here, Complex 2 and 3 were brand spanking new, and they didn't have anybody here. So they were transitioning people from all the other institutions to fill Complex 2 and 3.
Okay. So I know that historically you've struggled with some self-harm and suicidal ideation. Have you struggled with any of that since our last hearing in 2022? Have those issues been present for you?
So I'd be a liar if I told you that they didn't.
Yeah, no, I want you to be honest. I want to know what's going on.
And in the essence of, due to my mental diagnosis of persistent depressive disorder, so things like that are always present. It's one of those, and it's like they say, the big greatest critic is always going to be myself. I'm the hardest person on me over everybody else. So in those aspects, it's one of those things that I continuously struggle with. And yeah, have I thought about harming myself? Yes. Have I thought that, you know what, I deserve to just die? Yes, I have. But do I act out on it? No, absolutely not, because I have something greater. I have greater goals. My goal is to get out, is to sit there and spend, my mother is 70 years old. My goal is to get out there so that I can actually spend some good years with my parents, that we can go out and do some activities that are going to be enjoyable for the whole family, to and make some decent memories.
I know, it appeared to me in looking at your packet that you said you had not engaged in any self-harming behavior for the past 3 to 4 years. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. Do your medications that you're prescribed, do you feel like they help keep you even? What are your thoughts about that?
Yes, they do a good job of helping to keep me even keeled. I would suppose that the only thing that I really have a hang up on is the amount of medication that I take. My goal, while I fully plan on continuing to take all my medications, my goal is to work with a provider to progressively reduce how much medication I'm on, whether that means to find one medication that can do more of the work of 3 or 4 medications rather than having to take a whole bunch. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. I remember at our last hearing, that had been something, if I recall, you had talked about is you were wanting to look at being able to eventually decrease your medication and maybe even be off medication altogether. Is that still a goal you have, or what are your thoughts?
So yes, I still have the goal. Now, realistically, I don't see myself as to ever being without medication. I just don't. It's been so significantly prevalent within the last 32 years of my life that to not have it, I think would be exceedingly unhealthy. Simply because of the fact that I've had to take it for so long. I think if I was right now, like if I was to try and go cold turkey, I think it would make me so. I think it'd make me so sick that it would hospitalize me. So I look at it. I really try to look at it very realistically and very pragmatically in that sense. Would I like to reduce the volume? Absolutely. And if that's something that I can work with a provider to do, then yeah, that's my goal. But to be off of it completely, not really. It's not really. It's more of a pipe dream than it is a goal.
I'm wondering, since you have, I mean, I believe you've, even prior to your incarceration, you were, even as a child and teen, you've taken medication. But, do you feel like you have learned other, do you have skills or tools that you have developed separate from the medication that help you manage your anxiety and your depression?
Oh, absolutely.
And what are those? Tell me about those.
So keeping myself mentally and emotionally active is a huge part of my day-to-day regime. That's why I draw. I love to draw. I love to do my job. And I find things. I deliberately go out and I find all kinds of different things that are going to occupy my day. I go out and I socialize with people out in the day room. I've just recently moved from a unit where I wasn't allowed in the day room to now going to a unit where I can go to the day room, I can talk to other people, I can play cards, I can draw out there, laugh and joke, I can use the phone, and all that, and it makes me feel good.
So tell me about the unit change. Is it because of your status that you weren't allowed out in the day room? Were there prison politics that were keeping you from being in the day room and enjoying those things?
Yes, because my status, because I've been classified as a bad dude, because I don't play prison politics, because it's not my place to make judgments like that. And of course, at the time, the unit that I was in, my cellmate was a sex offender, and oddly enough, him and I got along great. I mean, he was a great cellmate. He was intelligent. He's college educated. We laughed, we joked, we talked about the outside world, all kinds of things. And he was equally as, I'm trying to think of the word that I'm trying to use. He was equally as much responsive towards my thoughts and opinions as I was towards his.
Mm-hmm. So how did you get into this new unit, and why is it different? What's going on in the milieu?
So the unit that I'm currently in, I moved in with this elderly gentleman who's got some health issues. He's a lifer. So it was a really good fit because my being 51, he being in his 90s, you know, I'm able to keep an eye on him, make sure that if he has issues, I can help him to address those, make sure that medical knows that if he needs something. I voluntarily take him down to Chow and back, and if he needs water, I get it for him, little things like that. I even, like this week on canteen, because he doesn't have a job, so he has no money coming in. So I kind of sprung it on him. I surprised him with a little bit of canteen so that he had some stuff to enjoy, and you know, because he's a great guy. The unit itself is what's classified as a soft unit. Now, officially, there are no such thing as soft units in SRCI, but this particular unit is, for all intents and purposes, is a soft unit. The majority of everybody there have all been listed as bad dudes. They're not allowed to go out into the day rooms of other units. They're not allowed to use the phones, use the tablets. They're not allowed to use the weight pile out on the yard, things like that. And which, for me, I'm okay with that, because I don't go and do a lot of that as far as anyhow, but being able to go out and socialize is an absolute necessity. You know, I like to go out there and talk to people. I like to, because I pick up so much new information every time that I go out there, you know, because I'm so behind the times. People joke about video games and things like that, and I can't really involve myself in a conversation, so I usually make a joke about the fact, I said, they'll talk about these advanced games, and I sit there and they'll look at me and I say, well, I beat King Koopa in Super Mario Brothers. and so everybody just kind of, everybody looks at me like, oh my gosh, you are a dinosaur.
So how do you get into the soft unit? I mean, you said you're known as a bad dude, or I think is bad guy, but like, how did you get into that unit? Did you ask to be there? Did you get transferred after a DR, or what happened?
No, I requested, I put in I had earned the ability to put in an incentive move, and so I moved in with I put in an incentive move to move in with the elderly gentleman that I'm currently with now.
Oh, okay. Have you thought about, you know, because I know that they have within the prison system, you know, pushers and people who help folks to and from, and orderlies, and you know, you get paid for that. Have you thought about doing that, or are you just doing this for him because he's your cellmate?
For right now, I'm doing it purely because he's my cellmate. But okay. I've actually had live-in jobs in the past, and I enjoy live-in jobs. So they don't pay as much as that I'm currently making. Okay. I'm making 15 points right now a day, and the live-in jobs are only 11 points a day.
Okay. So, well, I'm sure your Sally appreciates your generosity and kindness towards him. I actually don't have any more questions. I'm going to pass it on to Ms. Kuklinski.
Yeah, I just had a couple follow-up questions. Mr. Dizick, your chronic pain, I think that's been something that it seems like you've had to manage kind of a lot of your life, or at least a lot of your incarcerated life. And I'm wondering how you feel like you're doing with your current pain management. Do you feel like your pain is being adequately addressed?
To be honest, no.
Okay.
Because so they've tried to give me a variety of medications for it, and I have really bad allergic reactions to most of the NSAIDs. So unfortunately, I'm not able to take NSAIDs for. I can't take ibuprofen. I've been on ibuprofen, Mobic, a couple others. And the only things that I really have right now, the doxepin is low dose doxepin to help with my pain management. I also do exercises in my cell. I do lots of stretches to stretch my back and my neck, things like that. I'm looking into, due to my work schedule now, I'm definitely looking into getting into wellness gym, which will help me to be able to have access to exercise equipment and help me lose some additional weight. That in itself will probably play a really big part in helping with my pain relief.
Well, and I think that another one of those recommendations at the last hearing was that you develop a pain management plan. Have you created a pain management plan? Kind of what that would look like if you, I mean, even if you were to be released, like kind of what you're thinking you would like that to look like?
So if I was released, ideally, if I was released, I'd like to be able to see a chiropractor at least maybe once or twice a month. I definitely want to be able to have the activities of maybe looking into a gym membership. Those are the types of things. As far as for getting out, is within here, I'm pretty much doing everything that I already can. I'm taking the necessary steps, as well as looking into other possibilities. Because of my stretching, I've spoken to a physical therapist. They've given me a handful of different exercises that I can do on my own, different types of stretches. I can do sit-ups, push-ups, things like that. I go out when I do go out to the yard, I make an effort to try to walk at least a mile every day when I'm able to get out there. So things like that.
Okay. You talked about, I think in your materials, and even maybe we might have discussed it last time, you had talked about the usefulness of marijuana for certain medical conditions. And I'm wondering, what your plan in terms of marijuana use and is if you were to be released as it relates to pain management.
So to be honest with you, I've been clean and sober now for 26 years, and I haven't used any drugs, marijuana, or anything else in that entire time to deal with. And drugs here are horribly prevalent. They've actually gotten to the point where they've had to put what are those basically those emergency overdose kits. They've actually had to put those throughout the institution because of the drug overdoses that are becoming commonplace. And I really count my blessings to the fact that I've really matured beyond that. So honestly, I don't see myself using cannabis products for pain management. If it's something that if a doctor was to highly recommend it, and it would have to be a highly recommended. Otherwise, if it's not highly recommended by a doctor, then I'm not going to mess with it. Because I've already gone so long without it, I don't see the point in using it now.
Well, and I think, I mean, yeah, I guess considering also kind of your historical use, right? That, I mean, that substance use has been identified as an issue for you in the past, right?
Absolutely. And I just, yeah, I don't even want to go down that road anymore. It does nothing but cause trouble. And so I'm grateful for my sobriety. At the same time too, I know that my family is very supportive of my sobriety. So, I intend on going out and continuing to do AA and NIA once I release. Unfortunately, it's no longer available at my institution. And I'm hoping there's a lot of things that I don't have available to me right now because of the amount of time I have. So my goal, and I'm really hoping that if I'm able to at least parole off of my dangerous offender, I'll be able to start the last leg of my sentence because I still have 72 months. But that will put me in a category to where I will now be eligible to have priority for programming. That means I'll be able to get into DBT. That means I can potentially transfer to a location where AA and NA are available, as well as other mental health programs, including GOGI, and things like that.
And well, I know that is certainly something that Mr. Reese will talk with you about, is your programming, kind of what you've done. So we will definitely touch on that. But as it relates to kind of your physical and mental health, I know that there was a recommendation last time that you engage in treatment through BHS. And I understand that maybe, did I read that you got onto some wait lists for groups? Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that I'm on wait lists to be able to take these programs. Unfortunately, because of the amount of time,
Okay.
I'm all the way at the bottom.
So that's how they prioritize, is if you have a release date that is in the closer foreseeable future, then you get prioritized to go into those groups. And if you have longer time, then you don't get priority. Is that how I'm understanding it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I do not think that I have any additional questions on these topics. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Reese. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dizick, let's talk a little bit about employment in the institution. You told Dr. Milkey that you've worked for a telemarketing company for 4 years. You did several janitorial jobs, worked, I think as a building construction tech. You do your artwork with, I think, wood burning. And you mentioned at the start of this hearing that you're currently working as a cook. So of all those different jobs, what's the one you've enjoyed the most?
Wow. So when I was working in building construction tech, I would say that my wood burning was probably one of the funnest ones that I had, was actually learning how to do pyrography. That's what they call that, is pyrography. And so because it really expanded my artistic skill that much more. I love to draw. I absolutely love to do artwork. And like I mentioned, I just recently finished a really large portrait of Marilyn Monroe that I hope to send out for sale. And that's definitely one of the resources that I plan to utilize once I get out there. At the same time, if I was to get out, I have no specific demands with regards to employment. I'm really not picky. If as long as I can get gainful employment and I can stay physically active, then I'd be okay with pumping gas. But I do have the skills as a cook. I have enough experience as a live-in helper that I could probably take the classes necessary for me to be able to apply as a physical helper on the streets. And I would enjoy that. I enjoy being able to help my cellie, help the people that I've lived with.
How long have you had the job as a cook?
I've been a cook now for about 3 months.
And did DOC give you some training?
Yes, I just recently passed my food handler certificate, so that should be in my file. I've also, I've everything that you can imagine, and I've worked every position. I've worked as a big pots cook. I've over in production kitchen. I know how to bake. I know how to use the grills. I've used deep fryers. All of that stuff. I'm even familiar with kosher handling.
So I assume this is still the practice, but it used to be that every institution in Oregon served the same food on the menu on the same day.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your understanding of, or do you know about that?
I think that's still the case, so to speak. I know that it's different from institution to institution. Usually most institutions have the ability to make some slight modifications depending on what's available and the number of inmates that they have to feed. Like, I've been at OSCI, and the food quality at OSCI is substantially better, and they have a wider range of stuff that they've provided. For instance, they were giving out at least like once a week you would get fry bread. Your vegetables, you could actually get like almost like a double helping of vegetables if you wanted. They had really large pieces of fruit that were available. And due to the substantial size difference of this institution, it's not quite as available. And so you're dealing with mass production here as opposed to, much smaller production levels at the other institutions.
And so have you worked continuously during your time in custody, or has it been sporadic over the years?
It's been sporadic from time to time, but for the most part, I've consistently worked throughout my entire incarceration.
And you mentioned the start of the hearing that this morning you got up and started working. I think you said maybe at 3:30 this morning. What's your regular shift?
My regular shift. So I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to get ready for work. I give myself an hour to get ready. I go to work at 4 a.m. and then my day can last all the way up until 9:45. That's when the next shift relief comes in.
And does that take you through breakfast?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that sounds good. Let me check to see if Vice Chair Cleaver has any questions about employment.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear you, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Somehow I realized I accidentally clicked my camera off, so I apologize. I'm sitting here taking notes and listening, so I don't want you to think I wasn't. I do not have any questions though. Mr. Reese asked the questions I had. Ms. Kuklinski?
So it looks like you've had a lot of jobs in the institution, and I'm wondering what contributes to you changing jobs in the institution? Is it something where you get bored, or is it opportunity, or why do you think you kind of have tended to change jobs quite a bit?
Some of it has to do with opportunities. I usually use like a unit orderly job as a fallback. If I need to take a break from something, if I have a high stress environment, I'll try to fall back on a unit orderly job because it's consistent. It's something that I can do every single day, and it's the same every single day. So it keeps a very very well balanced structure. My 4 years that I did in the call center, while it was remarkable money. I was making over $200 a month, but in truth, I was not happy. It was, I can just imagine how people feel about telemarketers on the streets, let alone calling. And so it's a very high stress environment. You deal with a lot of very rude and very disrespectful people. And I was not happy there. And I really, it just got to the point where I had to say enough was enough. And so yeah, typically it comes down to opportunities, maybe certain circumstances with a job change to where I may have to look for a different job, or depending on needs and things like that.
You were, I think you were a visual helper for your cellmate when we last saw you. What happened with that job?
Sadly enough, we had a falling out. There was a real serious personality difference between the two of us. And so I had to step away from that. So I went back as a unit orderly, as opposed, because I didn't want to damage a potential friendship over our disagreements.
Was that just like you guys just weren't compatible roommates, or was it like this philosophically you didn't agree, or?
Yeah, a lot of it had to do with, there was a lot of philosophical structure there about, how he chose to conduct himself when it came to doing business with other people and his interactions. And it was a little on the shady side, and I'm not trying to be that. I don't like to go down that road. Because I'm not trying to go down a path of dishonesty with the people around me.
Okay. 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 And then the last question I had for this, and I know you've said this in your packet, you just said it a few minutes ago when you were talking with Mr. Reese, that you really just aren't picky as far as, a job if you were to be released. But, again, like if you could wave your magic wand, as you and Miss Cleaver talked about earlier, is there something that like particularly interests you? Are there things that you have goals for that you want to do? I guess maybe a little bit more long term down the road.
Oh, absolutely. I would really love, so, and that's another thing that would be, if I was to sit there and get paroled off of my dangerous offender, I would also be immediately qualify to take vocational training programs like welding and stuff like that. And I would love to learn how to weld and how to run various types of machines, to be a machinist. I think something like that would be wonderful. I've always.
And your DO designation restricts you from being able to do that?
Yes, because you're required to have less than 10 years.
So it's not your, okay. So it's not specifically your DO designation, it's that your DO, that you have 10 years to your projected release date. Is that right?
Yeah, I apologize. I misunderstood. Yeah. It has nothing to do with my dangerous offender. I'm not restricted towards any type of employment based on my dangerous offender. It's strictly the fact that the majority of these jobs are being reserved for people who are 10 years or less. And unfortunately, because of the amount of time I have on paper, I don't qualify.
Okay. Okay. And do you know what kind of wait lists exists for these kind of programs? If you were to qualify for them, do you have any idea? Like, are people waiting 2, 3, 5 years to get into these programs?
I don't think that they're waiting that long. No, I think maybe they're waiting anywhere from a year, at the most 2 years, to get into some of these programs. At the same time, I also know that it would allow me to also qualify to go to other institutions where I may not have to wait as long in order to get into those programs.
Okay. All right, those were the questions I had on this topic. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Dizick, I want to ask you about programming, but before I do, let me just mention something I didn't mention at the start of the hearing, that we're going to take a break at 10:30. That's probably 11:30 your time, for 10 minutes. So that was one thing. The other is, I think your mom, Ms. Ensign, I think your microphone is open, and I'm going to ask you to mute that, please, because once in a while we hear a little sound come through there.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. If you could mute your phone.
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of programming, and let me just, I want to kind of walk you through this, Mr. Dizick, and you have a little bit of a tendency in your answers to kind of go from, A, B, C, D, and you keep on going, which is fine. But on this, really want to just kind of take one thing at a time so the board has a clear understanding of what you've done in terms of programming, okay?
Okay.
All right, and so my starting point really is going to be the board action form from your last hearing that was mailed to you on January 4th, 2023, after your last hearing. And I assume you read that form, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you asked for an administrative review, and the board issued a response, and I'm assuming you read that as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so in the board action form, on page 3 of 4, the board made some very specific, particular recommendations to you of what the board would like to see in the 24 months before your next hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just taking them one at a time. The board recommended that you engage in cognitive group-based programming such as GoGi in addition to self-study. And did you do that?
They haven't been made available to me except in self-study.
Okay, so what about self-study?
So yes, I've done a whole nother book since then in self-study. But that was it. I'm still waiting for other books to be made available.
Oh, okay. Well, just because I don't know. So what was the self-study? What did that involve, and what did you learn from it?
I'm sorry. I did the anger management book. So it gave. It's kind of unusual because some of the scenarios that they put in the book seemed very impractical, but at the same time, it was definitely one of those. The majority of it is definitely one of those of, using, having a tremendous amount of patience and generating a support system and the various tools that allow you to basically step away, evaluate the situation, and then step back into it in a manner that allows you to constructively address the issue.
Have you had an opportunity to do that?
Oh, absolutely. This is an imperfect world. And so there are always opportunities, even with my last cellmate, despite how well we got along, there were, everybody has disagreements. And even today at work, we had a very high stress situation, and it forced me to have to take a step back from reacting in a negative manner. And even afterwards, I went back. One of the gentlemen that was part of that stress situation, even after the fact, I went back and I said, "Hey, look, if it sounded like I came across in a negative way or this, that, da 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 da, I apologize. It's please don't take it personal. When I'm dealing with a high stress situation like this, adding to it just doesn't. It isn't productive." And I says, "Trust me, if there's something going on, I'll do everything within my power to help resolve it and help resolve it as quick as I can." And it was all good. We shook hands and it was all fine.
Well, that sounds like a great resolution. Can I ask you what exactly happened today? What was the high stress situation, and how did you respond?
So I had relieved one of the other cooks from cooking eggs, and the amount of eggs that they were going through it so fast that we were having a hard time keeping up. And so we're cracking eggs, throwing them on the grill as quickly as we can. And when I've got 3 different people coming up saying, "Hey, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up," I'm like, hey, calm down. I'm working as quick as I can. And I says, coordinator's already approached us. We've got it under control. So when we've got other people coming in and saying, hey, you need to hurry up. Well, I'm moving as quick as I can, and extra people hounding me about it isn't going to make the work go any faster. And so it just creates that high stress situation because if we're not able to keep up with demand, then everybody looks at you to, oh my gosh, you're not doing what you're supposed to, and it's kind of crazy.
Well, that definitely, people barking at you when you're doing the best you can, that can definitely be stressful. So did you, in that situation, I know you're thinking like, hey, give me a break. I'm going as fast as I can. But how did you respond?
Just that. I sit there. So I'm a bit abrasive when it comes to my communication. I don't try to be. I guess that it's one of those things that, due to the amount of time I've spent in here, that abrasion is kind of just developed over the years. So it's real easy just to where I might sound like I'm coming across in a very abrasive or aggressive nature. I'm not trying to, but it's like, hey, I've got it covered. Give me some space, step back. I've already been told. And, so, and that was why I went back and I apologized to the guy, just because of the fact that if I came across in a manner that was inappropriate, I wanted to at least address it and let him know that it was nothing personal to him or anybody else. I was just trying to, I had it under control as far as I knew what my responsibility was. I knew what I needed to do. I was doing it to the very best of my ability and as fast as I could.
So here's what I'm wondering: was there anything in that situation where you're able to apply anything you learned in your anger management study?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay. What was it?
So, while I know what it seems like when I say stepping back, it like maybe taking a not necessarily completely in a physical nature. Stepping back means that I can readdress my focus, just like I basically put my nose down to what I'm doing. I'm focusing on my task rather than the rest of the environment around me, which makes it easier because instead of the world seeming this big, everything condenses to this big. So it makes it so it looks more manageable. It's far easier to address something small as opposed to something huge. And that's probably one of the biggest tools that I use. As I step back and I like, okay, what do I have control of? What can I take control of? And so I condense my world down to small things as opposed to trying to take on everything all at once.
Okay. So the next area in the board action form that the board recommended to get into some sex offender treatment, and specifically the board strongly urged you to obtain the book Road to Freedom. So did you obtain that workbook?
No, I was unable to do so. I went to my counselor. I went directly to my counselor within a week of my hearing, and we looked it up. He even went so far as to contact all the other institutions to find out and no institution in the state currently has any type of of active sex offender treatment programs that are currently available. And we looked for, and most of them had never even heard of the book that they had asked for. It was online for like $25, but I couldn't afford to get the book.
So, yeah, okay. Well, then it is, as you say, right? It is online because I've looked, and if you search for Road to Freedom, it pops up, and so it is out there. I mean, and you do have some money.
I do now, yes.
Did you think about asking your mom to order the book for you and sending it to you in the institution, for example?
No, and I probably, in hindsight, being 2020, that really makes sense. I probably should have. But I'll make sure that it gets taken care of. I guarantee you, I'll have that book within the next 60 days.
Another recommendation the board made was dialectical behavioral therapy.
Mhm.
And going through that a second time, is that something you were able to do?
No, because of where I'm at on the waiting list situation, I'm on the back burner.
Okay. And then the board made a recommendation about release planning, but we'll talk about that a little later when we talk specifically about your release plan. But the other area where the board made a recommendation after the last hearing was to remain discipline free. And that didn't happen. You had one DR, which when you hopped into the bunk with your cellie and got caught, was described as spooning him, and it sounds like, basically you said, hey, we're just kind of horsing around, and you're kind of playing a joke with him. Although it wasn't necessarily perceived that way. And I guess, what I wondered about when I read that, and knowing that the board had said, hey, it's recommended that you remain discipline free, did that factor in? Did that cross your mind that, hey, even though this might be a funny joke or something, maybe this wouldn't be a great idea to do this?
Honestly, at the time, no, it didn't. Yeah, it probably should have. Unfortunately, I have no excuse. I have no excuse whatsoever. The fact is that you're 100% correct. I did, and I failed to meet that criteria. I wish that I could say that wasn't the case, but I mean, and you're right. I should have taken it far more serious than I did. So in truth, I have absolutely no excuse for my actions.
So I'm assuming you understood that if you got caught doing that, you'd get written up. Is that fair to say?
Be honest with you, no, I didn't really think that at all.
Oh, okay.
Not simply because of the fact that, I mean, yes, those types of activities are seriously frowned upon. However, it wasn't so much of that. My assumption would have been that it was more viewed towards harmless horseplay rather than something seriously inappropriate. And I was wrong.
Okay. Well, it is, I think, noteworthy just to give credit where credit is due that you didn't get any DRs for any kind of assaultive behavior or anything like that. What do you attribute that to?
So I really am doing everything within my power to put my violent nature behind me. It's there's nothing constructive about it. In fact, it's not, because I've come to the understanding that it does more damage as a whole, not simply to the fact that, oh, it harms me or it harms my victims. It harms everybody. It's like a ripple in the water. You drop a rock in the water and the ripples are going to just keep going out and out and out and out and out. And, with every ring of that ripple is affecting different people. I look at the fact of, look at how it's affected my relationship with my family. I've literally lost my entire family to death since I've been incarcerated. I'm ashamed of myself. The fact that while my mother and I have discussed this in the past, of that you should never focus on you should know that you should focus that your family loves you. Well, I do focus on the fact that my family loves me. That doesn't change the fact that I am horribly ashamed that their last memories of me was that their love still had to be of me behind bars. And I am horribly ashamed of myself. Horribly. And I don't want that to continue. I don't want that to continue now or ever. It just, because of how bad it makes me feel.
Thanks, Mr. Dizick. Let me check in with Vice Chair Cleaver to see if she has any follow-up questions about programming or disciplinary record.
Well, in terms of programming, I'm just curious, has there been any programming or self-study you've been able to access in the last 2 years, or do you feel like you just have not had those opportunities?
So other than the basic self-study, that's all I've had available to me. Like I said, most of those programs are just not available to me.
Okay, I guess I'm not clear. Maybe somehow I missed it. Exactly what self-study have you done?
So I had done another Gogi book.
Okay. How did you get access to the Gogi book?
We get them through one of the counselors.
Okay. All right.
In fact, I actually have another one in the house that I'm getting ready to start.
Okay, and it's Gogi as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So, was this another of the Gogi, like, was this another unit, or were you doing a review of the original Gogi that you did?
So the one that I did was the anger management one, and then
Okay.
the one that I'm getting ready to do is the How to Gogi book. So there's several others. There's actually several others that unfortunately they're not available through the institution. There's one about drug addiction, and there's one on victims impact.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, they're not available through the institution, and to purchase them, they're $75 a piece.
Hmm. That's pretty expensive. If Road to Freedom were available at no cost to you, would you be interested in doing that?
Absolutely. I have no problem with that. But like I said, no matter what, I guarantee you, I will have that book within the next 60 days, because if I have to pay for it myself, I'm fine with that. I think it was
Okay.
$25.
Okay. Well, so Gogi is Road to Freedom is currently being distributed as part of a newish project. I'm just not sure if SRCI is on that list. So,
Do
I
you know
have
who I can contact?
well, I reached out to the person who's responsible for that, and so hopefully we'll hear back during this hearing and I can get you that information.
Okay.
But I'm going to ask you to take your magic wand again. So like if we could remove impediments based on your ACRE score, your sentence, what kinds of programs do you want to participate in, and what do you think would be most beneficial for you, your rehabilitation and ultimate reentry into the community?
So I'd like to do, as the board recommended, I'd like to be able to do the DBT again. I'd like to be able to do a vocational training program that will give me a higher chance of better employability. I'd like to take another anger management program. I'd like to take more of the Gogi books that are no longer available, or that are not available through the institution. I mean, those, as well as any other mental health programs that might be available. I know that if I was to be taken off of my dangerous offender, it wouldn't be long before I would be eligible to go to Deer Ridge, which Deer Ridge actually focuses a great deal on BHS. And that's my goal, is to go to Deer Ridge.
Well, I did note that you wanted to be in a place that had more of an emphasis on mental health. And you think that Deer Ridge is tell me about what you know about Deer Ridge and why you think that would be a better fit.
So part of it would be that it would put me that much closer to my family.
Okay.
Two, it would also be because everything that they focus specifically on BHS, which means that I'd still have the ability to go to an institute, to a minimum security that gave me the ability to monitor my medication. I would have somebody there that's physically there to help monitor my medication management. I would have available program, and it's mandatory over there. You have to program into mental health programs to be over there. So,
Okay.
so it would, yeah, everything about that institution is tailor-made specifically to
Okay.
focus right on mental health.
Okay. Say you had to stay at SRCI and you can't get to Deer Ridge, are there programs currently at SRCI that you want to do that your sentence is prohibiting you from doing? And what are those?
So I would be able to get into the DBT program.
Okay.
I would also be able to get into work-based educations, like welding and things like that, electrical. Those are the two primaries.
Okay.
Those in themselves.
Okay. Hold on. So I do have just a follow-up question about the incident that happened this morning. So it sounds like you were feeling some frustration and maybe some overwhelm because all these people were kind of coming at you. And was your response only verbal? Like, hey, I'm doing what I can do, back off. Or did you actually take a step away and move away from the situation? I guess I wasn't clear on that.
So physically, I wasn't able to sit there and just stop
Sure.
because, under a high pressure situation, I still have to sit there, be able to do my job. So it was like, just, I was like, hey, give me some space. Let me do my job. I know, I'm trying to hurry as quickly as I can. I even talked to my kitchen coordinator, come over to the window. I says, hey, look, we're working as fast as we can. I'm sorry that I says, give me 60 seconds and I'll have this next batch of eggs off the grill and ready for you. So I even, once my coordinator it helped to bring things even much more into focus, which was huge. Just being able to bring it into something smaller made all the difference.
Okay. Well, good. I'm glad that you were able to manage it and your emotions around that without having to leave the situation or blowing up. That's very positive. Let me just look at my notes here. I don't have any other questions on this topic, so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Kuklinski.
Mr. Dizick, you were just talking about Deer Ridge, and I missed just the small piece that you said you don't qualify to go there because of why, or you want to move there?
I don't qualify because it's a minimum custody facility.
Okay. And in order to become minimum custody, what needs to happen for you?
I would have to parole off my dangerous offender.
Okay. And start this 72-month on your other, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Are there other institutions that you've considered applying for, given the limitations in programming at SRCI? Like I understand there is, you have some consideration for the fact that you want to stay closer to your family. I do understand that. But I'm curious there are some other institutions that certainly have much better opportunities for programming. And I wonder if you have considered applying for an institution change or if you qualify for other institutions.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I've already discussed it with my mental health therapist and my provider, both about potentially going to OSP. OSP is it's still tailored around the fact that they allow for maximum securities, lifers, close custodies like myself. It's just a matter of as to availability and because I have to get in contact with the institution in order to do it, and I have to find out if there's available programming that they would be willing to allow me to take.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess what is that actual process consist of? Like, is it a kite, or how do you go about actually kind of initiating that and getting approved for a move?
So I'll definitely have to talk to my counselor, my institution counselor, to find out what's available, as well as who I need to contact over at the state penitentiary. And then from there, I would, instead of writing kites, I prefer to write letters. So that way, the kite system here has a tendency to kind of be a bit clunky if it's outside the institution. Typically what they do is that they'll bag them all up and then next time they have a transport that's going that way, once they have a big enough pile, that's when they send the rest of them that direction. So there's no guarantees that my kite would actually get there in any type of a timely manner. So I prefer to actually just write letters and go through the
Okay.
postal service.
And
And I
but you
just-
would work with your counselor to kind of make sure you, okay. Because I mean, at this point, like your best case scenario is that you have 6 years and it's still in prison. So, you know, being in an institution that is going to help continue to help to meet your needs is certainly in your best interest, right? Like,
Absolutely.
and OSP, I mean, they do have all of those things, right? They do have in-person GOGI, they do have AANA, they do have certified recovery mentors, they do have BHS. I think it's one of the bigger institutions that, you know, has that with DBT and, you know, so there's definitely, okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that you've considered it because like I said, it at best you have 6 years left, right? And so putting yourself in a position to serve that the best way possible is in your
Absolutely.
best interest. Because I did hear that AA was discontinued at SRCI due to a volunteer issue. How long has that been? How long have you not been attending then?
So it's been this entire year.
Okay,
And
so
it was absolutely heartbreaking because the volunteer issue, and I'll be 100% honest with you. This is literally what happened. The Dome building restructured how all these programs were identified and the different things, what they wanted, and how they were identified. And the volunteer had a disagreement as far as how we were being identified as an AA group, and he got mad, walked into the room where all of the material was, packed it all up and left, and never came back. I was so heartbroken because I was trying desperately to get back in and I wasn't able to get back in.
Well, so I'm curious, have you done anything on your own to kind of focus on your sobriety, to address your sobriety with that discontinuation of AA?
Unfortunately, I don't have any of the books available. I used to actually have one of the 12-step, 12 tradition small books. It was in my property the last time I went to DSU, and then it vanished. And I don't think the chapel has any of those books available.
I would, okay. I mean, I would think in my head, being how large of a program or support system AA is, I would be surprised that SRCI wouldn't have a big book or multiple somewhere, you know, in that institution. But again, you know, like you kind of have to, when you don't have access to these things, then it's kind of incumbent upon you to create access to them. So, you know, maybe that's another one of those things that you say, you know what, I don't have access to it, but I'm going to order it because I need to have it so that I am focusing on,
Absolutely.
you know, so that I'm doing something, right?
No, absolutely. And that makes perfect sense to me, you know? So yeah, I think that what I'll end up doing, if I have to, I'll get in touch. I'll go through the chapel and I'll get in touch with OSP and I'll see if they can send me a 12-step, the 12 tradition book, and the big book both. That way I have them available to me. And you're right. You would think that they would have something like that. They have what's called the Road to Recovery, but it's religious based. So they don't actually deal with the 12-step program at all. It's all based 100% off of off of a religious-based program.
Well, and is that something that you're opposed to? I mean, is that something that doesn't align with your beliefs, or because sometimes something is better than nothing, right? But I don't know what your,
Absolutely, and you're 100% right. The particular church that it's going through, I don't exactly agree with all of their philosophy, but as you pointed out, something is better than nothing. So, and I do believe they're getting ready to start another round. So yeah, I'll go ahead and make sure that I'm on that list as well, just to make sure that I cover all my bases.
Okay. And just another thought that occurred to me, and I don't know this, but this is another, I mean, something that you can work with your release counselor on. The Oregon Cure. I know that they have provided some literature in the past. I know specifically they have provided Road to Freedom in the past to AICs. I don't know if they also would provide the Big Book, but that is another potentially resource to reach out to, is Oregon Cure, to see if they can provide any kind of help with a Big Book or Road to Freedom. I know Miss Cleaver is checking on another avenue for that as well. But just so you have multiple kind of options.
No,
Okay.
absolutely. I completely understand. Yeah.
Okay.
No, that makes perfect sense.
And you have done book work in the past. When you have been in AA, you have done some of the step work and book work, or have you not done that in the past?
Yeah, no, we were doing book work while we were in when we were in there. So yeah.
Okay. And were you working on steps actively?
Yes, we were setting it up so that 1 week we would do the step itself, whichever step that we would work on that week, and then we would do the adjacent tradition the following week, and then week 3 we would sit there and discuss it and go focus more into as a whole, and that was how our cycle went.
Okay. And do you, I mean, so this was about, well, almost a year, because 2024 is over. But you were engaging in AA for about a year between your last hearing and now. Is it something that you feel like, does it serve you well? Is it something that you feel like you enjoy and that helps keep you focused? Or, I mean, some people like it, some people don't,
Oh, no, I completely understand. So I actually liked the nature and the structure of this AANA group. I've found in the past, so I've been to sobriety groups on the streets, and I've found that a lot of people have a tendency to focus on war stories than anything else. And what I really liked about this group was the fact that while yes, they had war stories that they could address, at the same time they were literally telling that we discussed, what are you doing now that makes your sobriety possible? What type of steps, what type of skills have you learned? What type of support system do you have? Things like that. So it wasn't just a question of, oh my God, this is so bad, my world is horrible, I decided to do all these drugs. And no, it was okay, you did all these drugs in the past, what are you doing to stay sober? What kind of skills do you have to stay sober? Do you have a support system? Do you have a plan in place for when those times get difficult and, drugs are, especially when drugs are available? I'm not going to lie. I literally just had somebody come up to me yesterday and ask if I wanted to get high on spice.
Yeah, the board is aware that it is absolutely very accessible in the institution. So the fact that you are making the choice not to engage in use is, obviously is appreciated by the board and is seen by the board. You actually were talking about something that is a really good segue. You talked about that. Was it this AA that you're attending, the AA group that you were just now attending, that helped talk about, do you have a support system in place? Do you have a plan in place? Okay, because that was kind of my next question, was about, have you created a relapse prevention plan? Which, those two are pieces of a relapse prevention plan. So have you formally created a plan?
So it's definitely, as a matter of fact, I have. I've already committed, and I've already spoken to my mother as well, that once I get out, once I leave here, I fully intend on continuing to participate in those types of programs. And I know that there are support groups out there that not only that they do NAAA programming, but they also go out and they give you, like, hey, here's your sponsor. Talk to your sponsor. Man, this is a bad day. I really feel like getting high, and your sponsor will come out to you and talk to you, and you'll take out and go out, have a cup of coffee and discuss it and go, so I fully intend on doing stuff like that. At the same time, there is also a church group that I'm actively involved with, that I've done artwork for in the past, that called Visions of Hope. And they're stationed, their main base of operation is right there in Bend, Oregon. And so I fully, because I plan to transfer to either to transfer to Madras, Oregon, where I have an available trailer of my own, or if it is the recommendation of the board that I go through a halfway house program first, then I'll do that in Bend, Oregon. But I hope to also acquire the Visions of Hope folks as potential sponsors. I've been in touch with them in the past and asked them about that, but they were not able to actually answer that question. I'd also been in touch with the both counties, from both Madras and Bend. I've been in both of those contact with both of those counties. Neither county is able to commit until I know that I have a release date. But I'm actively involved in that. And once I have a definitive answer, I know that that's what I plan to do, is to continue to stay in contact with them, get that all going, make sure that I'm in contact with people. In fact, I have a whole list of addresses that a buddy of mine gave me specifically towards support systems in both of those locations.
Okay. And I will get into your release plan more in depth in a little bit. My last question for you is on your, I can't remember what it's called. It's your earn time computation form. It shows that you were housed in DSU from September 10th until September 12th of 2023, but I didn't see an associated DR with that. Can you tell the board what that was about?
I was walking to chow, and I was assaulted. And there was no DR because I didn't engage in the fight. The guy just turned around and started to assault me. And upon the investigation, they saw that I hadn't provoked the situation in any way, shape, or form. I didn't fight back. I didn't try to engage. So therefore, there was no DR. I was simply placed in DSU while they investigated the situation, and then I was quickly returned back to general population. So there was no disciplinary action.
I'm assuming or maybe I shouldn't assume, do you know why he assaulted you? Did you guys have prior beef, or was there anything that you could relate it to?
So no, as far as I didn't even know who he was. And the only thing that I can think of, and even the lieutenant even spoke to me about it and said that she was reasonably certain that it was what they call torpedoes. That basically he was sent after me because I've been classified as a sympathizer. And so by nature and that's what makes me a bad dude, is the fact that because I don't engage in prison politics, though therefore I've been deemed as a sympathizer towards other people's crimes when it comes to like sex charges and things like that.
Okay. That is helpful. Thank you. And I do not have any additional questions.
All right, that takes us to it's 10:41 Pacific Standard Time. So let's take our 10-minute break now. Does that give you enough time, Mr. Dizick, if you need to take a break?
Yes, sir, that's fine. Thank you, sir.
Great. Let's come back then at 10:52, and just reminder, we will be able to hear you. So if, for example, you say hello to your mom or something, don't say anything you don't want the board to hear, because we can hear. And with that, let's go to our break until 10:52.
Thank you. Oh. I guess that's pretty much what I want to say is, hi, Mom. I love you. How are you doing? Are you doing okay?
Yes,
Good,
I'm doing great.
good. I'm glad. I'm going to take a quick, super fast break to use the bathroom right quick, and then I'll be right back, okay?
Okay, no problem.
All righty.
I'm good.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm not sure that they're giving him credit for his accomplishments. And I have been writing some notes here that I want to address. Now get down. Huh? Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah. As far as the drug issue, there's no drugs in our house. None. And
Miss Ensign,
yes.
I just want to let you know we can hear your conversation. I don't know if you want to put your phone on mute while you talk to someone that's nearby.
Oh, okay. I was talking with my husband.
Oh, yeah. I think, do you have a phone where you can just hit the mute button and then you can come back on?
I will look at that.
Or you can just, set your phone down and, I mean, it just depends. If you're fine having a conversation where people can hear, that's totally up to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'll just lay my phone down on my lap and at least mute you. Yeah. They're taking a 10-minute break, which I'm sure everybody needed to do. In fact, I think I should do that too. They need to hear me.
I really kind of wish that they would let you interact a little bit more. But
Hello?
yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. Yeah, I was kind of hoping they would let you interact a little bit. You'll definitely get an opportunity at the evening or at the ending, so that way they know that what kind of things that you have, the support system that you'll be able to provide for in the once I get out there. So you'll definitely have your opportunity to speak. So
Oh, I know.
okay.
I'm
Oh.
good with it. Jason, I need to run down the hall, so I'm going to let Mail and say hello.
Okay.
It's her turn for the 10-minute break.
How are you doing? Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Stay positive, and you're doing well from what I hear your voice. You know, you're answering honestly and with integrity, and that's pretty good.
I'm trying really hard to sit there and keep everything positive. You know, I mean, I'm not going to lie. These hearings are absolutely intimidating. They really are. And
Of course they are.
you know, and I know that they're kind of made to be that way. I just hope that, I really hope that they realize that, you know, I am being honest. I'm being sincere, and you know,
Sure.
and you know, I don't know what
I don't
else.
think you have to sell that from what I've been listening to. I think that I think it should be easily seen. So just keep hanging in there.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yep. Proud of you.
Thank you.
All right. Here's your mama.
All righty.
Okay, I'm right here with you.
Yeah. So, how's everything else? How's the weather out there? Is the weather okay?
It's turned really cold. It was icy this morning.
Uh-huh.
But we have a lot of wind coming
Wow.
right off the mountains, and it's
Oh, I bet.
really cold.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
bet.
there's lots of snow around all the mountains now. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that they've
Yeah.
gotten a little bit of snow on the mountains here too. And it's been kind of windy. We've actually had some rain in this last week. We had a couple of really heavy rain days.
Well, I wish we're hoping for some heavy rain days too, because over here in the desert, we just get sporadic rain. It's not really consistent enough to keep the fields moist for the farmers and stuff like that. So they definitely have to run a sprinkling system, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'll definitely keep that in prayer too. So,
honey, I've got everything set up for you.
I know you do. I know you do. And you know, we'll definitely address that. We'll address that. And I'm super grateful. And I just want you to know how appreciative that I really am. You know, I am so sorry.
Jason, don't you cry. You suck that up. You were my child. And there isn't anything that can change that, no matter what. You're my baby, the only one I have. And I am not angry with you for anything. I want you to come home. And
I want to come home.
I know. And I want you to bite your tongue so you can think of something else besides tears, because honey, tears don't help, and neither do guilty feelings or anything else like that. You know, think
I
of
appreciate it.
good,
Thank you.
good things. Think of the good things. When you get out, we'll go fishing. We'll teach you to fish. I won't. Alan will, but he still ties my hooks on. We do activities.
I look
that
forward
are-
to stuff like that. I really do.
Yeah.
I look forward to being able to go camping and go fishing and just going out for a
Yep.
walk.
Yeah. I try to get out there and walk because I'm trying to lose weight also. But as far as the drug and alcohol treatments, my church, which is 1 mile away, has an NA class on Friday nights.
Really? I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
cool. So yeah, we
Yeah.
could definitely, I would definitely like to get to do that, because if they have an active program, that means I can get involved in one right away.
Excuse me, folks, and we're about ready to start again, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we should be back on the record, and thank you, Ms. Coons, confirming that we are on the record, and we'll continue the hearing. Did you have time, Mr. Dizick, to do whatever you needed to do during the break?
Yes, sir, I did. Thank you very much.
Great. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about Dr. Milkey's report. You said you had a chance to read it, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And his diagnosis was unspecified personality disorder with antisocial and borderline features. That was the first diagnosis. What did you think about that diagnosis?
Well, I can agree with aspects of it. There are, I want to say that to me, it seems like it's relying a lot on an old diagnosis, and rather than who and what I am today as an individual. At the same time, it seems very broad in nature, because an unspecified borderline disorder, I'm not really sure where to go from there. As far as the antisocial things, I mean, I can understand. I'm in prison for an exceedingly violent crime, and means that, yeah, I've had some disciplinary issues in the past. So I don't have the ability to argue the fact that those are easily viewed as antisocial in nature. At the same time, in my own defense, I have no intentions or desires to go out to rob anybody or to hurt anybody or to do drugs or to pick fights or any of that. I just don't have the desire to do that. And that was why when I made the comment that I felt that some of his diagnosis was very speculative in nature, or very presumptive, presumptuous as far as, it wasn't really, I just didn't feel that it was as accurate as it could be.
Did you read in the report how Dr. Milky arrived at that diagnosis?
Yeah, it was a culmination of the material that he had read from my files, as well as my institutional conduct and the evaluation test that I took.
Right, and he goes on then using those materials, and then he explains sort of how he gets from A to B to C and then arrives at the diagnosis. But it sounds like you don't really agree with his conclusion. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And I don't want it to sound, I most certainly don't want to sound cocky in any way. However, it's one of those things that a 2.5 hour, there's just a 2.5 hour meeting isn't really, in my personal belief, isn't really enough time to really know what's going on in a person's head, or to really kind of come up with, in my own belief, as to an accurate diagnosis. I think that with a little bit more, had there been like, several sessions, maybe stretched out over a month or two, I think he would have probably came up with a far different conclusion.
What do you think the proper conclusion should have been?
Well, I fully agree with the that yes, I do show symptoms of antisocial behavior. I don't really agree with because I don't know what a borderline, an undescript borderline disorder is. It just, to me, seems really, really broad. I do agree with the fact of the persistent depressive disorder, because that's something that I continue to deal with on a daily basis. Had it been me, I think I would have put more focus. I would have put more focus on the persistent depressive disorder, and possibly recommendations as to maybe even diagnosed me as somewhat of as a shut-in, so to speak. That I don't make friends very easily, and so I have a tendency to be a little on the shy side, maybe even viewed as being trying to think of the obtuse, I suppose.
Okay. He also diagnosed you with cannabis use disorder in remission and opioid use disorder in remission. Any thoughts about that?
No, those are both accurate. And like I said, I've chose, it's by personal choice, not simply a matter of, oh, well, it's not available. It's by my own personal choice that I remain sober. So I don't have the ability to disagree with any of that because, yeah, I'm a drug addict, plain and simple. And I will always be a drug addict in recovery.
In the report, it mentions, well, I guess it's a quote from you. I have a tendency to let my alligator mouth overpower my hummingbird ass. So I've never heard that expression, but I think I know what it means. What did you mean by that?
So typically the analogy comes from the fact that sometimes when I become overwhelmed, rather than stopping to completely think something out, I have a tendency to open my mouth rather than to remain silent. And like with all things, as soon as you open your mouth and you make a comment, well, then that starts the whole reaction process. But it's like chemistry. Everything that we do, once you start one thing, everything else, kind of the dominoes start to fall. And typically, sometimes when I get to that overwhelmed state, I have a tendency to not thoroughly think out maybe what I should have said as opposed to what I did say, or maybe I said it in a manner that didn't come out as clear as I would hope.
And is that sort of an ongoing thing? I wasn't sure when I read that if you're saying that's you today or you in the past.
It's kind of a little of both. For the most part, I would say that that's more me in the past than it is of me today. But at the same time, sure, it's something that I still struggle with from time to time. When, today was a good example. When I got frustrated at work, and I came across in a really abrasive, whether or not I was disrespectful or not, granted, no, I wasn't disrespectful, but it doesn't change the fact that I still came across in a really abrasive way that probably could have, it could have been something, it could have turned worse than it did.
I mean, so by that, do you mean that that based on your response in the kitchen this morning, they could have started a fight?
Potentially, yeah, it potentially could have, because the frustration, because you always have to take the time to think about, if you don't take the time to think about how somebody else is going to react to something that you say, especially when it comes to the different personalities. Everything that we do here, no matter what the case may be, everything has to be evaluated one step at a time.
So yeah, so I mean, did you today in the kitchen, I mean, did you say shut the F up or back the F up or with something provocative or what? No,
nothing like that. It was just my tone. That's why I went back and apologized, because your tone by yourself can, plays volumes, because it produces its own energy. So you come across with a really aggressive nature, somebody else is going to kind of get defensive about that, and then they can come back with their own aggressive nature. Fortunately, God willing, the gentleman didn't come across in an aggressive tone. And after it was all said and done, we sat down. I said, "Hey, look, I really apologize about how I came across, yada, yada, yada. I didn't mean it to be personal in any way, shape, or form. I apologize if it was. You know, I just was frustrated and overwhelmed with the situation. And he says, no, he says, totally. He says, I get it, man. And we shook hands, and that was that. That was the end of it.
So Dr. Milkey talks about what he saw as potential pathways for violence for you, and then concludes on page 23 of his report with his opinion that your risk for future violence, if you're released into the community, falls in the moderate to high categories. And he wrote, you have a number of viable violence risk pathways, appear to have marginal to poor insight into these pathways for violence, and engages in a pattern of externalization of blame, meaning you blame other people or things. What did you make of that conclusion by Dr. Milkey?
So that was one of the things that I really kind of had a disagreement about. I really don't feel that that was a very clear diagnosis. Do I think that there are potential pathways to violence? Absolutely. I would be a fool to say, oh no, that's just not the case. That would be so bad on my part that I would literally be setting myself up for failure. So those are things that I definitely have to keep in mind. As far as the blame, the whole blame game thing, no, I don't really agree with that. I don't agree, you know, I mean, because I'm a firm believer in personal accountability, you know, and I know, and I feel that had maybe some additional questions been asked, or, you know, some clarification maybe brought in, I think you probably would have came across with a different diagnosis. You know, I can't assume to know what he would have said, but I can only hope.
Yeah, I mean, in his report, one example he gave of you, at least in his opinion, of externalizing blame onto others was that 2019 incident, which was a fight over a table. And he gave the example that you said the correctional officers didn't sufficiently police the inmates, that other inmates were acting unfair, and that he felt like you didn't acknowledge your role in the incident when he discussed it with you. But so did you think that was an unfair characterization by him?
Probably not. You know, I do know that yes, I did mention those types of things, right? And I don't, so it's not so much that I was trying to point it out as like, oh my God, look at how unfair my world is more as to the fact that these are different factors that really have to be taken into consideration when it comes to situations like that. You know, this is, like I said, this environment is not, especially at this institution, is nothing like other institutions, or at least not other institutions within the state of Oregon. I've spoken to so many different people at so many different other institutions who come here and they're like, holy smokes, it's a night and day difference. It says you go to other institutions and they're like, oh, you're a bad dude. Hey, that's fine. Just, you know, keep to your group and that's fine. But they don't say you're not allowed to go to the day room. You're not allowed to watch TV. You're not allowed to use the weight pile. They just don't do that, you know, because it creates they know that it creates all these other issues in the long run. You know, at the same time, it is the responsibility of staff to keep things in check. You know, and when you're dealing with a heavy political environment, and you know, you're dealing with people who are used to being bullies to people who are being bullied, yeah, it plays this very serious dynamic in the world as a whole. Did I engage in a fight? Absolutely. I engaged in a fight. I was upset because somebody came around and hit me in the head. And so I spun around and I reacted. You know, it was definitely not one of my more glorious moments. I wish I could say that that wasn't the case, but the fact is that I was a dumbass and I allowed my anger to dictate what I did, and I reacted in a violent nature. I feel that had he asked more questions, I think he would have come to a different conclusion.
Okay. Well, I think the concern probably that Dr. Milkey has, and I think it's a concern the board has for not just you, but for any AIC, how would you respond in the community? And of course, being in the institution, you're surrounded by other people who may have their own conduct issues, right? That's why they're in the institution. But at the same time, out in the community, there are people all the time who do things that can make people angry and that are provocative. And whether it's people treating you rudely or cutting you off in traffic or tailgating, whatever, for different people, different things push their buttons, right? And you can't control what other people do towards you. And so, I mean, do you think Dr. Milkey is right in saying that there is a danger that you might have a tendency to let your temper rise up if you're provoked, as you likely will be, because it's just kind of a daily occurrence of life, provoked by someone in the community?
No, I don't agree with it because of the skills that I've already acquired over all this time, even from the time of 2019 to now, I can say that my skill set now is so much vastly more. A good example, Ms. Kuklinski asked about the incident where I had spent 2 days in DSU. All right, an individual simply spun around and assaulted me in an unprovoked nature, and I could have easily have reacted and fought back, and I chose not to. You know, it was by my own personal choice that I chose not to fight back, and and I like, that's one of the things that I feel that I'd really like to kind of point out and show that despite, yes, I have times when I backslide. I won't try and tell anybody that I don't. But at the same time, look at how much progress I've made, and the fact that despite when I backslide, I'm able to pick myself up, dust myself off, and get right back on the road without further incident. I mean, and that's a huge amount of growth, as opposed to when I was younger, that wouldn't have been the case. I wouldn't have done that. I would have sat there as soon as that guy touched me. the fight would have been on. And I'm not like that anymore. You know, I don't want to be like that. I don't like that side of who I was. That, and I'm 51 and my body doesn't heal like it used to. No.
Well, thanks, Mr. Dizick, for answering those questions. Let me check with Vice Chair Cleaver.
I have some questions. So before we start down this path, though, I did hear back from the individual I was in contact with about Road to Freedom. I can have Ms. Coons send you the information about how to request that book, and you can have it sent to you for free. So we will get that out to you shortly. So you will have that information available. Okay?
Fantastic. Once I complete the book, what should I do with it?
Well, it would be yours. It's your book now once it comes to you. So you can share it with others. You can donate it to your library, but it's an actual workbook and you're going to fill it out. So I imagine with your private thoughts and your process. So I imagine you want to keep that close.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I don't mean it in that nature. Is typically, I mean, do they when they typically do programs like that and certification programs,
yeah,
do I turn in, is there like a slip I turn in of completion?
No,
or...
you're gonna tell. So depending on what happens. So if we firm up a date for you and you start your 72 months, you just keep that. That's for your own edification and growth. If the board defers you, we're obviously, and we come back and see you again, we're going to want to hear, what did you get out of that process? What did you learn? What were your takeaways?
Okay.
So we'll get you that information so you don't have to worry about your mom trying to come up with the funds or you trying to come up with the funds for it. Okay?
That's awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so I want to talk about the psych eval because this is the third psych eval that you've had, and it was all three of the evaluations were in the packet. Did you go back and look at those?
I kind of did a slight cursory over them. And that was kind of one of the things that left me kind of scratching my head because while the other two evaluations addressed some of the similar situations, it didn't seem as I'm trying to figure out how I want it. It didn't come across in such a bad tone. I guess does that make sense? I'm not trying to be discrediting.
Well, no, I mean, I that's obviously how it read to you. So I'm not going to, judge how you felt about that. But I was looking back, and the diagnoses from your first evaluation in 2019 was almost exactly the diagnosis. So it's other specified personality disorder with mixed personality features, including antisocial, and rather than borderline, it was paranoid traits. And then in 2022, it was antisocial personality disorder with borderline traits. So this has been consistent now over the past 3 years in terms of what 3 different psychologists are seeing when they're reviewing your records, looking at your history, meeting with you, and going through the testing process.
Sure.
So having that experience, like, do you have access to a computer? Are you able to go online and look up? Okay. You have a library at SRCI?
No,
There's no library?
no. Our library consists of three shelves of books that are in the unit, and that's it. And all they do is they rotate them. I have no internet access. I've never been online. I've never been on the internet. I've never even held a cell phone.
Okay. When you meet with your BHS person, have you ever asked them, hey, what does this mean? What does this diagnosis mean? Well, when you go meet with them?
We've discussed it, but I've never really gotten into an in-depth as to what exactly those mean. But yeah, that's definitely something that I can look into, and I probably should. So yeah.
So do you feel like you have an understanding of what a mixed personality disorder or an otherwise an unspecified personality disorder is? Or do you feel like you need more information about that?
I would have to say, to be honest with you, that I probably do not have a very clear image of what that means. I do understand the antisocial factors of it. I guess the part that's leaving me confused is what the unspecified or the borderline, what exactly does that mean when they say unspecified or borderline?
So when you have a diagnosis that's mixed personality disorder or otherwise unspecified, it means that sort of these long-standing developed personality traits or characteristics fit into more than one category. So that's why when you're seeing this diagnosis, you're seeing antisocial and borderline, or antisocial and paranoid, because what the psychologists are seeing is it doesn't necessarily fit neatly into just one category. So that's why you're seeing that. But I really think the next time you meet with your BHS person, it might be good to have a more in-depth discussion about it. I mean, I'm not a psychologist. I have just read thousands of psychological evaluations and read things. So that's why I'm kind of talking with you about it, because, perhaps your impression of what he's saying or what the other psychologist is saying is not necessarily what you think it is. Or maybe it is. That's just something that I'm wondering about. But, I think it would be helpful for you to understand that, because that is why you're always seeing those recommendations for DBT or for cognitive behavioral, because dialectical behavioral therapy and cognitive behavioral therapy are the only known forms of effective way of managing borderline personality disorder or antisocial personality disorder. So that's why you're getting those recommendations for that. And that's why the board keeps asking you about that.
And I don't want the board to feel that I'm not discrediting that in any way, shape, or form. And like I said, I'm more than willing to actively participate in all of those programs. It's just, as of right now, unfortunately, they're just not being made available to me through this institution.
Well, if we were able to remove some impediments, if that were even an option, you would be willing to participate in that.
Without question.
Okay. So I do, hold on, let me look here. So, Mr. Reese was talking with you about some of the pathways to violence that Dr. Milkey identified, and you guys were talking quite a bit about the anger and impulsive violence, and some of the other things that one thing that you said kind of caught my attention. I wanted to follow up on it. You said you agree that there are pathways to violence, but not these. What did you mean? What do you see as the potential pathways for violence that you see for yourself?
So for me, what I see as my potential pathways to violence is complacency. Complacency is a big one, simply because of the fact that, like most folks, I have a tendency when I get complacent, then I start to forget where I'm at and forget then I stop utilizing the tools that I have in order to deal with these different things when they come up. So if I'm not practicing it, they say that when you do something that if you don't use it, you lose it. So the body, while the body may have muscle memory, at the same time, if you're not continuously exercising these things on a regular basis, then it has a tendency to go stale. And skills, being able to use cognitive skills on a regular basis in a way that helps you to prevent those types of situations are no different. They're a perishable skill. So if you're not continuously using them and exercising that in your mind, you have a tendency to become complacent.
Okay.
And that's probably one of the largest ones with regards to myself.
What other pathways? Because he names very specific things, and you guys talked about it, that when you get angry, you might use violence. That if you're feeling slighted or feeling sensitive about your status, that could lead to violence, or to get something, like if you need something or to get something, and then violence in a sexual context. So do you disagree with these four? And then complacency is the one you identify. What are the others?
So I would agree with the potential for the anger, because sometimes when we're angry, we don't think straight. I know that there are times when I get angry, I don't think straight. I can't. As far as sexual aggression, no, I don't agree with that at all. Simply because of the fact that I'm really not a very sexually active person. I never have been. While yes, I am sexually active in the sense that I am interested in the opposite sex. I am interested in an intimate relationship. I'm not interested in. I've never really been interested in. I'm not in rape or things like that. It doesn't. I don't find that stimulating in any sense. With some of the others, could you repeat some of the others as well, please?
Sure. Well, there were four. So the other two, hold on, let me get back to it. Instrumental gain. So essentially to get something, that you use violence in order to obtain a goal of
Right.
whether it's financial or personal or whatever.
So no, I really don't. I really don't agree with that one either, because I would rather go without than to get myself involved in confrontation, to be honest with you. And it's something that I do on a regular basis. At the same time, I have enough skills that I don't have to go without, because I have I sell my artwork in prison on a regular basis, and you know, and I'll sit here and I'll be working on a card, and someone will come and say, "Wow, that's really cool. How much do you want for it?" "Oh, well, pick this up for me, or pick that up for me." And so I have plenty of different types of available skills to me while I'm in here that I know that I can utilize. And then I know for a fact that getting out to the streets, that those same skills are going to be paramount for my ability to continue to maintain that healthy environment, because I'm not only exercising all of that I love with my art, but I'm gaining everything else that I need or want by selling my art on the streets.
Okay, so beyond complacency, and you agree that potentially impulsive violence related to anger, because sometimes we don't think straight, are there any other pathways to violence you have identified for yourself? When you think about what are the ways I could end up committing violence, like how, under what circumstances would that happen? I mean, if you haven't, that's okay too. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are.
No, I understand. To be honest with you, I just don't think that there are as many pathways as what was described. I don't disagree that there are pathways. I just don't feel that they're greed or sexually based. I think that it comes down to the fact of poor decision making on my part more than anything else. Is the fact that if, you know, the only way that that's going to come about is the fact that I'm going to end up making a bad decision one way or another, and you know, the potential result will end up in violence. I don't drink. I've never been a drinker. I don't go to bars or taverns, simply because of the fact that I'm not comfortable around large groups of people in that nature. You know, I'm really just not a very super social person in that sense. The conversation that my mother and I had before we came back, we were talking about going fishing and things like that, or going out into the woods and walking around and things of that nature. I mean, that's really kind of what I like to do. I like to try to just take things in more by myself than I do a lot of other things. Now, I know that social interaction is extremely important, because everything that we do in our world is based around communication. And so it comes down to simply the fact of putting myself in the right positions rather than letting things be random.
Okay. The final concern, although it wasn't listed as one of the 4 pathways, was interpersonal partner violence. So I'm curious what you thought about that, because he raised the concern that because you have not had a real history or extensive relationship history, and you know, you've been in custody so long, that there is a risk for interpersonal relationship violence. Tell me what your thoughts are about, you know, if you were
So-
released, what you would be looking for in a relationship, how you would choose a good partner, and what your thoughts are on his on his concern.
So I don't discredit it in any way, shape, or form, not at all. Because he's right. I haven't, as far as intimate relationships, I've had one intimate relationship. One. But I deal with personal relationships every day. The people that I associate with, the people that I call my closest friends. I mean, these are people who I've developed relationships with, to where I even communicate with their families. You know, so I've developed these friendships and relationships in here that have gone beyond the normal, hey buddy, how you doing type things. These are, you know, these people, I consider these people family. And you know, I look at my relationship with my own family in the past as opposed to how it is now. I mean, my relationship with my mother has never been stronger. You know, it's never been stronger. And as I've said it in the past, my mother is my best friend. You know, there is nobody that I count on more than my mother when it comes to, if I'm stressed out or if I'm frustrated and I need to talk to somebody, I know all I have to do is pick up that phone and call my mom, and she's going to sit there and tell me, hey, you know, it's going to be okay. You know, what are you dealing with? How are you dealing with it? You know, how is your rest of your day going? You know, hey, try this. Don't put your focus on this, blah, 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 blah. And so I rely on that. I rely on my relationships, my interpersonal relationships, probably more than anything else. I do the same thing with the rest of the people in here. These are people that my brothers, who they understand this environment just like I do. And so we have to work together when we, and there have been times that we've had disagreements. One of my cellmates that I had a cellmate. He's on one side. We were cellies for over 6.5 years. He was the one that I mentioned about his family. And there were times when, even we had issues. It never came to blows, but of course we'd stop talking to each other for a day or so, and then we'd come back and say, hey, when you said this really kind of hurt my feelings, and yada yada yada, and so forth. And but I don't look at it in a violent nature in any way, shape, or form, because you just don't do that. You don't do that with people that you love.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't have any additional questions about the psychological evaluation, so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Kuklinski.
And I really don't have any additional questions that haven't already been asked or that we haven't already discussed. I think, as I look through kind of the recommendations of Dr. Milkey, and then I look back on the recommendations of Dr. Guyton, and, all the kind of historical recommendations and the recommendations in the board action forms, the more I think, I would just stress the importance of getting yourself in a position to be able to actually be in an institution where you can follow those recommendations. You know, I think it certainly could serve you well. So, but I don't have anything else. Thank you.
No, absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Dizick, let me ask you a little bit about the crime itself. One thing that caught my eye was that although you took an Uzi, a 45, 2 boxes of ammo, boot knife, cash, you told the psychologist that you really didn't think you did it for the money or the property, that it was for control. Why did you say that? Why do you think that?
I would have to say that because at the time I was really feeling that my whole world at the time was completely out of my control. With everything that I was dealing with at the time, I was engaged in that one intimate relationship with the young lady who, in all truth, we really had no business being in such a devoted relationship, because we weren't mature enough to actually handle that relationship. And because I felt so overwhelmed, I think somewhere in my own mind, it all came down to a desperate need of feeling some form of that I was in control or I was in charge, rather than simply, oh yeah, let's go out and let's go and get all these weapons and money and et cetera. And, you know, it wasn't really about the items themselves, more of a psychological need for maybe validation. Does that make sense?
I did 100%. I'm hearing the words you're saying, and undoubtedly there was an aspect to controlling the two victims at the time of the crime. And did you feel like you did get the control that you were seeking?
No, not at all.
Oh.
In fact, the entire situation spiraled completely out of control, and it just made the situation even worse. And I don't have any excuses for what I did. The fact is that it was a senseless act of violence, and it's something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. And I don't expect forgiveness from anybody. I can always ask for forgiveness, and all I can really do is in an effort to show my remorse, all I can really do is continue to show that I'm trying to go down a far better path in how I conduct myself. And that's really all I can do. I don't have the right to sit there and demand anything. I can only ask and hope.
Did you think that your two victims were dead when you left the gun shop?
No.
Yeah, I did.
And did you think you would get away with it?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't think I really was thinking that far ahead. I think that it was a purely a moment. It was all based structurally on a moment of pure weakness and the need for immediate gratification for something that I didn't even really know what I needed. You know, at least at the time, there's no way for me to sit there and say that I was in my right mind in any way, shape, or form, because I wasn't. People say, well, what were you thinking? Well, clearly I wasn't thinking, because had I taken the time to really think about what was going on and thinking about the consequences of my actions, then I most certainly would have never did it in the first place. I think that I allowed myself to be so overwhelmed with everything that I had going on that I simply reacted impulsively at the moment, and the consequences of it are as follows.
The PSI writer back in the day wrote in the report that you made these statements about being affiliated with a gang in Seattle and carrying a gun and being involved in organized drug activity. Well, was that real, or were you just playing the PSI writer?
No, there was absolutely nothing about it that was real, you know. So in that sense, I think it was more to the fact that purely running my mouth for, in the sense of making myself seem like I was something bigger than I really was. Maybe I was, you know, in the sense of acceptance or something to that nature, you know, and being young and stupid and not thinking about what I was really doing was the fact that I was condemning myself that much more. You know, I was being a dumbass. Hence, that's a prime example of my alligator mouth overpowering my hummingbird ass.
Yeah, because obviously that was counterproductive, right? Because it was really almost like adding gasoline onto a fire.
Fire.
So
Absolutely.
and I hear you say now that you look at that, and yeah, you said you didn't realize you were condemning yourself. When did you realize, do you think, over the course of time, that like that was actually a really bad idea to say all those things?
So it really did. It took a little bit to sink in, but roughly, you know, roughly after I fell, once the how finalized my situation had become, it really kind of started to sink in, like, oh my God, what the you know, what the F did I just do? I just, why would I say those things? Because they're not true. You know, why did I make myself out to be something that I'm not? I'm not a big person like that. I'm not this Billy badass that I try to make myself out to be. And, you know, and in the beginning, that observation and understanding quickly became the path of my own self-destruction, because once I realized that, that's when I relapsed into drug addictions. When I first fell, I started letting people just walk all over me. And when I finally got away from all of that and I said, enough's enough, I started to push all that stuff away and say, hey, now's the time. I need to get my head right. This is what I need to do. This is where I need to be. This is what my goal is. And I think that once I understood that, and once I allowed myself to go from being so self-destructive towards and more into what do I need to do to make myself a better person, that's when it really just kind of all clicked.
Okay, thank you for that. Vice Chair Cleaver, do you have any follow-up questions about the crime?
Well, I just, I was, when I was reading your packet in preparation, I sat on your last hearing, so I know the facts of the case. I don't have a lot of questions about the facts of the case, but I am curious about the description of your behavior as impulsive. Because I was reminded when prepping for your hearing that, there was quite a bit of planning that went into this. I mean, you chose a specific store, is that right?
Yes and no. I chose it because it was a gun store.
Okay.
I mean, more than anything else.
Yeah, so you chose a location. You brought a knife.
No.
You didn't bring a knife?
No.
You got the knife there?
Yeah.
What about the tape that you used to bind them up with?
The tape I brought with me.
Okay. So you knew in your mind that you were going to have to tie someone up or restrict someone's ability to resist. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you bring with you the shotgun shells?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you knew you were going to take a shotgun and you brought the shells with you to use.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that feels to me more than impulsive. It feels that there was planning and premeditation that went into that. How long had you been planning it? How much time went into that?
Really not very much. I mean, I think that probably the majority of that, we, look at what you see, the kind of stuff you see on TV. I think probably some of it was more of kind of an assumption about, okay, this is how I've seen them do it and on TV, so this must mean that that's going to work for me, and so it was more, I think it was more a bunch of assumptions more than anything else. Now, yes, I had actually planned on going earlier in the week, and when I got there, the store was closed. So I left and then came back a different day. So yes, I mean, was there some level of, I would have to say that with that in mind, especially with the fact that I left and came back a second time, that would create some premeditation in that nature.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I would say that it was more based on assumption than it was anything else.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any other questions. I'm gonna hand it over to Ms. Kuklinski.
And I don't have any questions that haven't been asked or that I haven't been asked historically. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dizick, the last area I want to ask you about is the parole plan, and you submitted a plan. Dr. Milkey weighed in with his thoughts about your thinking about how you might do in the community, and one of his concerns, frankly, is that in his estimation, you're not taking the risk of relapsing, of using drugs or alcohol. And he quotes you as saying, "I'm sober because I choose to be sober." So Dr. Milkey thinks that you believe that you're not really at risk of relapse. Is he correct in that assessment, or what do you think about his assessment?
So I would never presume to say that I'm not at risk of relapse, because that in itself would be setting myself up for failure. However, what I look at is the fact that if I can take an environment like this, where drugs are so prevalent right now, and the stress of this current environment, I mean, the prison is one of those types of environments where it's tailor-made. Prison is tailor-made for people's needs and wants to escape reality. And the fact that I make an active choice to not go down that road, I feel, I really kind of feel that I wasn't being given the credit for where credit was due in that nature. Is there a risk? Sure, absolutely. There's always a risk, you know. However, what I do know is that I actively choose not to do drugs. I have an awesome support system on the streets that absolutely will not tolerate my going out and using drugs or alcohol or anything to that nature, and a support system that loves me enough to make sure that that doesn't happen. There's always the possibility. There's always the possibility. However, I don't weigh in as much as Dr. Milkey did, in the sense that because of my drug use in the past, that it's as high a risk as what he says, or maybe I'm misinterpreting what he's saying.
No, I don't think you are. I think he's saying there is a risk, and he thinks the risk is greater than you think it is. He wrote that he thought your assessment that your years of having a romantic relationship are behind you. He said that's unlikely. That's true, and I assume he's basing that on the fact that, you know, you're a guy and you're 51, and when people go out of the community, they meet members of the opposite sex. And so he I think probably thinks it's pretty likely that you could end up in a relationship with a lady that you meet. What do you think about his thought on that?
No, yeah, there's definitely a solid chance that, yeah, I may, it's not a priority in my life. But yeah, there's always the possibility that I'm going to find a nice gal that I can get intimately involved with. Now, I mean, I'll be 100% honest with you. The opposite sex terrifies me. You know, I've always been intimidated by the opposite sex, but at the same time, I've also come from a matriarchal family where women have always been in charge. And, you know, so female dominance has always been very prevalent in my family. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, and thanks. I just was considering your answer, and I'm just considering, I was just looking at some of the questions that I had regarding release. I think we have covered during the hearing. So I am going to check in with Vice Chair Cleaver.
Well, I'm just curious if the board were to give you a firm date and you finish up your other term that you have, you know, following this, and you were released, what kinds of services do you think you would need to be successful in the community?
So would definitely be to continue with my drug and alcohol treatment, which I fully plan to do. Continue with my mental health treatment, going to a BHS facility like an annex, mental health. Definitely address both of those. You know, I've active involvement with the church, I think would definitely be another one. A stable employment would be another one. Those would probably be the four primaries. And then amongst the secondaries would be continuing to utilize my skills in my art and things of that nature, being physically active, exercising, moving about, different things of that nature, and definitely getting out there and being involved in something social.
Okay, and do you, in addition to your mother, and I guess it's your stepfather, I believe, do you have other natural supports in the community?
So I have an aunt that's in Coos Bay. I know that I can gain her moral support and, you know, some moral and some emotional support through her.
Through
no,
who? I'm sorry, who?
Oh, through my aunt Melinda.
Oh, your aunt. Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that part. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Like I said, I do have that church group, the Visions of Hope folks over in Bend, Oregon. I know for a fact that I could easily get actively involved with that as well. And as I've already spoken to my mother about her church group, there's no doubt in my mind that that church group as well will be a significant source of support in my day-to-day living.
Okay. So if you're out in the community, sounds like you plan to continue your mental health treatment. What kinds of things, like what would be red flags for you that your mental health is deteriorating? What would you be looking for? What should your PO be watching for?
So making sure that A, I'm taking my medication like I'm supposed to,
Okay.
making sure that I make my mental health appointments, make sure that I'm actively, that I'm doing my job, that I make sure I have a job, possibly check in with my parents from time to time, say, hey, how is he doing? What kind of an assessment would you say with regards to his personality, his moods, things like that? Those would probably be some of the ones. And then making sure to keep in contact with me. I mean, on a regular basis. I've put in there in my parole plan about the specifically about making sure that I'm continuously in contact with my parole officer at all times. So, I mean, if that means that I need to get in touch with my PO in the middle of the night, say, hey, I'm having a moment, can you come over here and talk to me, or can I meet you somewhere? I mean, then that's what I have to do. If that's what I got to do, then that's what I'm going to do.
Well, I guess I'm curious. So it sounds like things that would tell you that your mental health is slipping, or it would be if you stopped taking your meds, if you stopped going to appointments. But are there other things that you notice when your mental health is kind of taking a turn for the worse internally? Like you think about certain things, or you think about self-harm more. I mean, I'm just wondering how you're going to be aware of yourself. Things are not like,
okay,
I'm noticing some things about how I'm doing. What
Okay.
are those? What have you identified?
Okay, I misunderstood. I apologize.
That's okay.
So for myself, it's easily, when it comes to the things that I internalize and how I internalize them, like you pointed out, the thoughts of suicide, the thoughts of self-harm, become substantially more prevalent. My desire to actually be around other people diminishes immensely. Those are all prime flags for myself to say, I need to take a step back and I need to reevaluate my situation.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. I'm going to hand it off to Ms. Kuklinski.
Mr. Dizick, I wanted to kind of go back to your sobriety, about the conversation that you and Mr. Reese were having. So I want to make sure that you understand that, and I think that this would be safe to say even for Dr. Milkey, that no one is taking away the fact that you have, what is it now, 26 years of sobriety, and that absolutely is a choice for you in the institution. So know that we recognize that absolutely is a choice that you make each and every day. I think, at least as I think about it, in the institution, there are potential immediate consequences if you did choose to engage in using behavior, like the loss of visitation from your family. I think generally it's 365 days where you lose that that opportunity to visit with your family. It's, you know, DSU, it's loss of privileges, you know, it's, so there's like, more possibility that there could be an immediate consequence if you used in the institution, where when you get out, there isn't that immediate consequence. Yes, you'll have a PO, but they're not going to be living with you. They're not going to be sharing a space with you. They aren't going to just happen to, you know, be walk into your room and you're using, you know, so there is less chance on the outside that maybe that could be
The
noticed.
accountability.
Right. So I think that's kind of the difference, you know. And so when people say like there is a concern about your risk in the community, it's not to take away from the fact that you have 26 years of sobriety. It's to say that there is less accountability, right? Mm-hmm. And so it can, and we've seen it happen over and over and over again with people in the exact same position as you that have 26 years clean, where because of that lack of immediate accountability, that they sometimes struggle. So I think it's being able to understand that and kind of figure out how you're going to compensate for that less structure and that less accountability in order to maintain your sobriety. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, that makes perfect sense. I think that the reason that I don't think about that as much is quite simply because I fully expect to be required to do UAs on a regular basis. So with that in mind, I know that the structure of accountability is still going to be there. Mm-hmm. In that sense, like in here, it's all purely random when it comes to stuff like that. And one of the things, I mean, for instance, like the example that I mentioned, the fact that I have just recently got propositioned with doing SPICE. There is no accountability for it unless I'm actually caught in the act, because as of right this minute, there is no way to positively test somebody who's been actively doing SPICE. And to be honest with you, I don't even know what SPICE is. So I don't know anything about it in that sense, but I suppose so I agree in that aspect that there's definitely the potential of a lower level of accountability in that of the immediate accountability. However, because I fully expect to have to take UAs, and I fully expect that my PO will randomly come check on me and make sure my place is tidy and the way that it's supposed to be. I fully expect that. So in that aspect, I suppose that I still have that thought and belief of immediate accountability in that nature, which is a good thing, because that's going to help. That's going to be that much more of an incentive to not continue to not use.
And I think all that is true, right? I think that your PO, you know, may UA you, and your PO will certainly come out to your home. But they also have 60 other people that they're supervising, right? That may have different or higher needs than you, right? And so that accountability may also fluctuate. You know, it may be less accountability at points because maybe you aren't demonstrating, you know, in that moment that you need as much accountability. So there is just going to be, you know, it's just something to consider. That was really kind of the point of my discussion, was I think that is why Dr. Milkey kind of placed more of a higher emphasis on it, is because the accountability does change. And as you progress on supervision, that accountability can tend to diminish as well.
Okay.
Okay. The very last thing I had for you is if the board did decide to firm up your date on your dangerous offender sentence, in the course of serving out the consecutive 6-year sentence, what would you expect the board's expectation to be of you during that time in terms of sobriety, in terms of DRs, in terms of treatment, that sort of thing?
Everything that's already been mentioned. I most certainly expect to be my clear conduct to remain active. The fact of that actively participating in the mental health programs and into higher education based programs, things like that. And that if that means going to another institution to do it, then it's going to be expected of me. My sobriety is without question, and I look at it this way. The board has the authority, if they were to parole me off of my dangerous offenders, technically my parole starts right then.
Mm-hmm.
That means if I fail to meet the requirements set forth by the parole board, that means that they can take my firm date away. And I fully understand that. And so I take that into full accountability when it comes to things like that. I know that no matter what, if you tell me I need to do something specific, then I'm going to have to do something specific. It's just that simple.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure you had a really crystal clear understanding of that, because that is something that has happened certainly before, where people have consecutive sentences and then they start getting DRs, they start using, and then their date gets yanked. So, that is something I just want to make sure that you understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I do not have any additional questions. So, Mr. Reese.
Thank you. And let me check with Vice Chair Cleaver and also with you, Ms. Kuklinski. Do you have any other questions on any other topics before I move to Mr. Dizick's mother?
I do not, Mr. Reese. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm seeing a nod of no from my fellow board member. Thank you.
Yep.
So let's turn to your mother, Mr. Dizick. The board, in the last board action form, it said they'd be interested in hearing from your mother, and that bearing in mind, Ms. Ensign, that you submitted a letter, and all three of us have read your letter. But what do you want to share with the board about your thoughts? I think in particular about your son's interest in residing with you if released in the future.
I want him to come home. I'm an active person in the church, in my Nazarene church right down here. It's a mile from my house. I cook there. Jason's cooking skills would certainly be welcome. And that's a solid thing. He would be required to go to church with me. There's no ifs or ands about that. And I have already taken the steps to talk to my mental health counselor. Her name is Judy Agee. She works with Best Care. Office down there. She works with the police a lot, and she is the emergency contact for people that are taken to the hospital for mental reasons or for violence reasons or for whatever. I mean, she's very adept to situations like this, and she has said that she would accept Jason as soon as he gets his date, so she knows to schedule him into her schedule. My church also sponsors an NA class after Bible study, so we would both attend those. I've already talked to the people that's going to direct it, and so they're aware of my interest. As far as socialization, we are homebodies. I'm 70. My husband is 74, or I think 74, 73. Yeah, we go fishing. We've got 2 boats. We go fishing down in Shinnimpink, the river down there. I'm sorry, I don't pronounce it well. We go to the mountains. Malin and I we like to go gold panning, which we've never gotten anything, but it's still fun to make a lunch and go to the woods and play around. That's basically what we do. And I think that I have a very positive living conditions at this time. We do have a 32-foot trailer all set up with kitchen and everything. He would be totally independent. I would be the one to take him shopping, to take him to his meetings, until we can establish we do have a bus line, but I have never checked into it. I don't know what times it runs and things like that, but I am willing to take Jason to Bend if that's where his appointments are. I do agree that he would profit from going to college or going to some classes, and we have 3 available college type institutions here right around us. So I just don't see any negatives in it, to tell you the truth. I think that Jason was a very confused 19-year-old. I agree with that. But at 51, I feel like his window of opportunities is closing. And if he doesn't get the chance to learn how to be in society and be a part of it, he will never learn it. Because, like I said, 6 years added to, 51 is 57 years old. And how many people are going to want to try to put him in a training position or something to that effect? It just seems ridiculous to me to keep a child, an adult, in custody when he has made ample efforts to impress you, and his warden or his counselors there. I find no negative feelings or directions that this could go. No. Are you there?
I am. I'm just making sure you're done with your statement. I really appreciate your presence here. It's very helpful, and I know that your relationship with your son is very, very important, even though you haven't been able to be physically together, the board recognizes the importance of having that family support. So thank you for that. I know your son really appreciates it very much. Let me just double check with the other board members to see if they have any follow-up questions for you.
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any questions. Thank you. I appreciate you being here, Ms. Ensign.
Oh, no problem. I would have been on the last hearing, but I was in the hospital. I had to have hip replacements. And this year I've fell and shattered my elbow. So my physical is starting to take its turn. Like I said, I am 70, and I try to be active. I try to take my walks. I have done so much in the last 5 years to make my life happy, wholesome, and satisfying. And I'm there. I'm right where I need to be. I'm done.
All right. Well, thanks again for your support of your son and for appearing at this hearing. Let me turn now to one of the victims in this case, Mr. McMullen. If you are, I'm assuming you would like to make a statement, this is your opportunity to please address the board.
Okay, want to come up here and take my seat. Oops.
Go ahead, sir, when you're ready.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to say that when Mr. Dizick entered my store and shoved that shotgun in my face, I told him to take what he wanted and just leave. He could have walked out of there without any violence and taken whatever he wanted. During the course of the robbery, it was very obvious to me that he thoroughly enjoyed what he was doing. And I still have nightmares about him taking that boot knife out of the knife display, touching his fingertip to the tip of the knife blade, and then smiling. After he cut the throats of Jerry Wiest and myself, he stood there listening to our blood drip on the water or on the floor. And before he left, he says, "Well, it's been fun, motherfuckers." And then he left. The amount of violence he inflicted on myself and Jerry Wiest was totally unnecessary. And I still have a lot of issues with Mr. Dizick over that. I've had 2 law enforcement people tell me that he has made comments to them that he would like to come back and finish the job. And I've had one.
This is ridiculous.
I had one individual that was in the same correction facility as Mr. Dizick over at Snake River, who said the same thing to me. Judge Barron, when he asked Mr. Dizick why he tried to kill me, he said, "For kicks, for fun." And he just wanted to see what it felt like to kill someone. He has a total and complete disregard for human life, and I think he is where he belongs. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that statement. The board recognizes the lifelong impact this crime has had on you and the other victim, and also the board recognizes how undoubtedly difficult it is for you to have made not just this appearance, but in previous hearings as well. So the board greatly appreciates your input, Mr. McMullen, and I wish you well. The district attorney from the committing jurisdiction has a right under law to appear at a hearing like this, and so the board's going to turn now to Coos County District Attorney Paul Frazier. And Mr. Frazier, when you're ready, the board will hear from you. And as you know, because you're so experienced, please direct your comments to the board.
I certainly will do so. I was the original prosecutor on this case. I was called out the morning that this occurred. One of the things that struck me, and one of the board members did talk about premeditation in this crime. One of the things that I don't think came out that I think you should be aware of is that he did scope this place.
Mr. Smith is here for his appointment with you guys.
Oh, okay, great. We're just wrapping up this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
This crime occurred on a Monday. The Friday before he was in that store, he scoped the place out. And he had his attention, or he locked onto or saw a particular firearm that had been outfitted with a silencer. He was looking for that gun on Monday when he actually performed the robbery. In his interview, the recorded reenactment, he was asked about that gun because he had told the police about how he was interested in that particular gun. And he was asked if that gun had been present. For whatever reason, Mr. McMullen had placed that gun in a gun safe prior to Mr. Dizick coming into the store, so it was not available. He was asked if that gun had been present, would he have used that instead of the boot knife? And Mr. Dizick said, yeah, he would have used that gun. There was planning into this case, into what he did, more than, it was not an impulsive event. One of the things also that struck me was how callous it was, how he described how he listened to the victim's blood dripping on the floor. And then the comment that Mr. McMullen told you about as he left the store. I've reviewed the board packet. I have looked at Dr. Mielke's report. I'm familiar with Dr. Mielke and his work. One of the things that has impressed me about Dr. Mielke is he tells you what he believes. He calls it as he sees it. He does not give you an opinion that he thinks you want to hear. And he has given you an opinion that says that, and has backed it up, I believe, very thoroughly in his report, that Mr. Dizick presents a medium to high risk if he's to be released. And that is not a risk that I believe this board should take. Mr. Dizick presents a danger to the community still, and I would ask that you defer his release date. I don't think I have any other comments or questions unless the board has something you want to ask me.
Thank you, DA Frazier. And of course, we also have the letter you submitted to the board, but the board appreciates your presence and your tenacity in following this case from the crime scene all the way to this hearing. Mr. Dizick, this brings us to the conclusion of the hearing, and at this time you get the final word. If you have anything that you want to say, please direct it to the parole board.
So I would like to openly validate the concerns, thoughts, and feelings of both Mr. McMullen and Mr. Frazier. They're fully they have every right to feel that way, and I can easily and without question understand how they can come to the conclusions and the feelings that they did. So I most certainly would never try to take that away from either of them. I respect I respect that they have these concerns, and all I can do, as I said, I don't have the ability to demand forgiveness in any way, shape, or form. All I have the ability to do is continue to maintain the status and actions that I have already taken, that I fully continue to plan on now and into the future, both once I'm released, as well as once I'm able to finish the 72-month portion of my sentence. So all I'm asking for is the single opportunity to prove that I am sincere in my actions and my words.
All right. Well, I thank you for those comments. So during this hearing, Ms. Coons has received some materials that I think may be the very materials that you were referencing at the start of the hearing that you wanted the board to see. And I don't actually have them at my fingertips. I don't know whether Vice Chair Cleaver or Ms. Kuklinski, are you able to tell Mr. Dizick what materials we received?
Yes. So Mr. Dizick, I don't know if you recall last time around, you provided us with it was a letter and 2 certificates. I had them open on my computer, but I think I closed them. And this was from your 2022 hearing. Are those the documents you were thinking of?
No, ma'am, those are only, so those documents,
Okay.
those particular documents, one of those documents was a recognition, the
Yes.
recognition of 25 years of clean and sober. And then there was 2 certificates of completion for Gogi books.
Okay, so you have additional certificates in addition that you want us to consider?
If you would like,
Okay.
if you would like, I can most certainly have additional certificates scanned and emailed to you. That won't be an issue. If you feel that the ones that you have are sufficient, then by all means, please feel free to say so, and that would allow us to simply close that window.
Well, if you want us to consider it, because we're not going to see it otherwise, I suggest we hold it open and you send it to us. Okay?
Not a problem. I'll go ahead and make sure that I get that taken care of right away. I just need to know how to do it.
Well, it looks like Ms. Coons indicated you may not be allowed to email or scan them, so you may have to send it through the mail. So I do think the 2 weeks that Mr. Reese discussed with you, hopefully that gives you enough time. Is that going to give you enough time?
Yes, ma'am, because what I'll do is today when I get back, I will immediately put in a kite to the law library to get photocopies of all those documents and have them put in the mail by the end of the week.
Okay. Okay, perfect then. Okay, well, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Reese.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Vice Chair Cleaver, for double checking on what materials Mr. Dizick would like to send to the board. So just to confirm, we will leave the record open for 2 weeks so that you can get those additional materials to the board, Mr. Dizick, and obviously just do it ASAP, as you said that you will. And with that, we're going to conclude the hearing. We'll go off the record, obviously, because we're holding the record open for 2 weeks. Mr. Dizick, the board's not going to deliberate now, and the board will not deliberate and make a decision until after we receive those materials and we close the record. All right? So
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for answering all those questions. The board appreciates that, and I wish you well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, we're off the record.
Mom, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go. I got another fellow there, got another fellow waiting, so I'm gonna go ahead and let you go as well, all right?
I don't think she can hear you. She's muted.
Oh,
Oh, she can hear you, but she can't respond.
oh, all right. Well, I'll give you a call. I'm gonna give you a call tonight on the phone. So be ready for my phone call this evening. I love you. Thank you all.
This is yours. You're Gary Smith, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hello?
Hi there.
Hi, I have Mr. Gary Smith in the room.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miss-
And this
Mr. S-
appointment is only scheduled till 4 o'clock Mountain Standard Time.
If we run late, are we able to stay on?
No, as I don't have security to stay overtime up here. My security leaves at 4 o'clock today.
Okay. In the past, there's been accommodations made to assist if we run late, but if that's just not possible, I guess we may have to.
I will try,
schedule
but we
another-
have other courts going on. And
Okay.
as they said, so security said if I had put it on the call out past 4, they could have scheduled somebody, but I only scheduled it to 4 o'clock because that's what was requested. So
I'm
they didn't
sorry,
have
next
anybody-
time, so next time I should just request more time up front?
Yes, ma'am, please.
So
That way
they-
I can have security up here.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, it could go on for past 2 hours. If there's any way you can accommodate going past 4 o'clock your time, that would be great. But if
Yeah,
not, we may.
I'm trying to get security right
Oh,
now.
I really appreciate it. I'm sorry. I'll know that for the future, just to send extended time. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. What? I don't believe so, because you had lunch, didn't you? Recall was at 11:40, so lunch went right after that. What unit are you from? I'll call your officer and see why you didn't get lunch. 3J. I'll call and find out why you didn't get lunch. Mr. Smith. So the officer looked at the video just now and he said you went to lunch and you had a tray and you gave it to somebody else.
Because I had to come to my.
He said you went to lunch, your officer did.
Okay, well, I did
Yeah.
go to lunch, brought the tray back, it's 12:30, time for my appointment. I said, come into the unit with the tray.
But you
So
did
I
go get
just
lunch
gave it
today.
to somebody and said, well, I'll have to go to my call out.
Because I don't know, your officer explained that
Okay,
he told
well,
you to take,
that's,
I have a lunch, so I'll just start
Sure,
one out there.
okay.
So. I ran down and grabbed your lunch, Mr. Smith. It's just sandwich and chips. And there's your water, sir.
Right.
Okay, let me see
I'm
that.
supposed to just go to.
I have no proof. That's with parole information. They did not tell me, sir. They just
Mr.
said-
Smith? Mr. Smith, we won't be starting for about 8 or 9 minutes, so you have some time to eat if you want.
If you need anything else, Mr. Smith, just knock on the wall. I don't leave, so I'll be right there.
Hello, Ms. Skarstead?
Hi,
hear me?
can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Would you mind just muting yourself until the board acknowledges you at the beginning of the hearing?
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I see you have your lunch there. Please feel free to eat. Obviously, our last hearing went a little late. So go ahead and eat. I'm not going to be bothered by it. I doubt either of my fellow board members are going to be bothered. So feel free to do that. Okay. Because I'm going to start here with some basic information before we dive right in. All right. Okay, I do need you to answer out loud because we're being recorded. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so just for the record, you are Gary Lester Smith. Is that your full name?
Yes.
And is your SID number 3462884?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And I want to make sure that you received your packet of materials at least 14 days ago. And my count is that it's 92 pages in length. Did you receive that packet?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to give you some information. We're going to go over it, and it doesn't require you to answer questions for just a little bit if you want to keep eating while we do that. So first, I'm going to introduce the board. So I'm the vice chair. My name is Ronnie Cleaver, and I'm going to be leading your hearing today. Also present, we had board member Kelly Kuklenski, who's going to be participating.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
And then we have board member Don Reese.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
We also have with us a representative from the committing jurisdiction, and that is Robin Skarstad. Am I saying your name correctly, Ms. Skarstad? We can't hear you if you're talking. You're muted. There you go.
Yes, you said it correctly. Nice to meet you, Mr. Smith.
Well, thank you for being here. And after we're done with our questions, Mr. Smith will be turning to you to see if you'd like to make a statement. Okay? All right, so Mr. Smith, I'm going to just go through the exhibit. So there is a board packet, which we've already established is 92 pages in length. I am going to include that as an exhibit for today's hearing. The board did not receive any documents or a packet from you. And so I just want to make sure, did you intend to submit something and it just didn't get to us, or did you not submit anything?
I don't know. I don't know what I was supposed to do.
Okay. You don't know whether you submitted it, or you didn't know you weren't supposed to submit something?
Well, what was I supposed to submit?
Well, typically, folks will provide us with maybe a letter about how they're doing, although you can, of course, just tell us that information. If they've completed programs, they might provide certificates of completion, anything that people think is relevant or the board should know about them. You don't have to, it's not a requirement. There's also usually a parole plan that folks submit, but again, you're not required to. It's just what you would like the board to consider. So I'm hearing that you did not intend to submit anything.
Not that I did not intend, I just don't know how.
You don't know? Okay. Well, are there documents that you would like the board to consider? Because if that's the case, we can make sure you understand how to do that. And then we can hold the record open for a couple of weeks, for 2 weeks, for you to get us the information you would like us to consider.
Yeah,
Hello, sorry. So I just got off the phone with security. They're gonna do an overtime person in here, but they can only guarantee him till 5 because he gets us limit at 5.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate all your help this afternoon. You've been
And
wonderful.
I'll end up staying till 5 because they say I have to stay with the video port, so
can I
take that where? To the unit? No, you'll have to eat it here, sir. Sorry. Or when you're done, I'll just let you sit out here and eat it for a moment.
We also are going to have a break at about 2 hours for 10 minutes. So if you want to save your food till then, or like I said, you can eat during the hearing. None of us are going to be bothered.
I can't say. Won't work.
Okay. So it sounds like there are materials you would like us to review. We will get you that information.
I think you got everything you need.
Oh, okay. So you do. Okay. So there are.
I think you are complete in all your
Okay.
investigation.
Okay.
You got everything you need.
Well, if something comes up that you think of
Oh,
during the
they-
hearing, let us know.
Keep the nail all the time and it's already good.
Oh, okay. Well, so there are no confidential documents being submitted today. So that just means everything the board has, you have. There is nothing secret.
No. I think we got everything. I'm in prison.
Okay, what?
I'm in prison, right?
Yes. Yes.
I've been here how long?
Well, I guess what is your question? Are you telling us what are you telling me?
That was the question.
Well, you've been in a very long time. I believe your conviction date was 1990. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'm not understanding what
Well,
you want me to.
you got everything you know.
Oh,
You're
okay.
Here I am.
Okay. So the bottom line is you don't have
What
anything
else
to add.
I don't know what else I can offer. I do know that been cooperative and everything I've said has been turned around on me. If I said this one way, it was turned around. If I said it another way, it was turned around. So tell me what you want.
Well,
I've
here
given everything I could give you.
Okay. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna
No.
go through the hearing. Okay. So what we're here for today is a parole consideration hearing. And the purpose is to decide whether you are no longer dangerous, or if we find that you remain dangerous, can you be adequately controlled with supervision or treatment? And if not, are you dangerous and we need to keep you in custody and defer your release date? So that's what we're going to decide. Okay. So the documents, as I've discussed, we have a 92-page packet. Contained within that is a DOC institutional report dated April 18th, 2024. That was prepared by Counselor Nagy, and it was approved by Superintendent Miller. Did you have an opportunity to read that that report?
Oh,
Did you see it in the packet?
well, yeah, it's within an envelope.
Okay. You just didn't read it?
Didn't have a chance.
Why is that? Okay. So this has nothing to do with what you're saying, but we're having trouble hearing you. Is it possible you could try to enunciate?
I've been radiated with cancer. You know, I had chemo, I had radiation all over, you know, so it's awful how to stress or
To talk?
It's hard to swallow. It's hard
Okay.
I don't have no taste, I have no swallow.
Okay. Do I see that, do you have water in front of you or do you need more?
Yes, I do have water in front of me, and I'm trying not to think too much, even though I'm thirsty as hell. Because I don't want to keep getting up going to the bathroom. I just wanted, you know, I was down here at 12:30.
Mm-hmm.
Not here they write you up or you get punished. So I tried to follow the rule. And I was waiting for a while. So.
Okay. Hang on just a second, okay?
But I'm patient. Did I say something else?
Well, yeah, that's why I said just 1 minute. I'm wondering if maybe we should try to move you closer to the speaker and then you wouldn't have to strain and we could hear you. I think you would just need, you don't need to move I think you just need to move the speaker that is in front of you towards you, maybe a little bit. I just want to make sure we can hear you. And maybe staff, oh, well, here we go. Okay. Okay, why don't you, so we were talking about the fact that you received the packet, but you didn't read the report.
I didn't.
Okay.
I read the first packet you sent me the first time I came.
Uh-huh.
I was so disgusted by the report and the inadequacies of it.
Okay.
And then when I watch the news and I see how inaccurate people are, they talk over each other. They don't listen because they're on their damn cell devices all the time. And they're so involved in those things, they have very little time or experience to listen to people when they do speak. Because
Mhm.
their eyeballs are glued to these things that people run around with out there. And they've managed to do our phone system to the degree that a guy can't call a family or get anything done because you got to go through a computer thing that makes you repeat it 9, 10 times. And then they say unconfirmed.
Okay. Well, I'm not
And,
sure.
and then, you know, they come in with devices to say, hey, well,
So, Mr. Smith, why don't you let me finish getting through the beginning part of this?
I will, yeah.
We,
Not interrupt.
well, you have our undivided attention. We are here. It's your hearing. Nobody's on their cell phones. Nobody's doing anything. So I just want to make sure we have our record clear. So in the packet, there was also the psychological evaluation that was eventually completed by Dr. Mosich. And that looks like you met with her twice, April 1st, and then she met with you again in July. And then she developed a report September 16th of 2024. Did you read that evaluation?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And is that because you felt it was full of inaccuracies and inconsistencies? I guess I'm not clear why you wouldn't read it.
I think you just answered your question.
Okay. All right. Well, now that we've established the record or what's in the record, this is the time where you can make an opening statement to the board. Would you like to make an opening statement? No?
No.
Okay. Well, what we're going to do then is we're going to go through a series of topics, things the board is concerned about. I will direct the questioning. Then I will turn it over to Ms. Kuklinski and then to Mr. Reese. Okay? All right. So first, I want to check in with you. These are general sorts of, I want to get a sense of how you're doing. Sounds like you talked about it. You've had some health issues and radiation that it makes it difficult for you to, to speak at times. How, other than that, have you had health difficulties, or how would you describe your physical health?
Pretty good. I fell down a while ago.
Oh, what happened?
Well, I was carrying 2 dust mop brooms and they crisscrossed down between my legs and tripped me. Went face down on the floor real bad. This hand was okay. They x-rayed this, x-rayed this, x-rayed, and the only thing they came back with was this hand has no fractures, but I've had difficulty in movement because I could feel cracking in here, and I feel I've misplaced or broken a collarbone or whatever, and I've had to live with that because they haven't helped me on that. So I'm thinking, oh, okay.
How long ago was that fall?
See, many things they do is like they don't give a shit about you. You're the lowest scum on the earth to ever come, to prison. Okay, I agree. But in 35 years, I haven't wanted to do any of it. crimes or anything. I just tried to follow rules.
Okay.
And then for being honest, the last time, I'm just really screwed around like I'm. So why ask somebody if you don't believe them? One way or the other.
Okay, well,
That's all.
okay, so when was this fall that occurred? Was it
I
recent?
don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
Maybe 3-4 months ago.
okay,
I was
so,
in excruciating pain for a good couple of months. To even turn on my side.
hmm.
Had no help.
Have you been to the infirmary to get help or talk to anybody?
Yeah, but see, to tell me what's wrong, they just say, oh, you don't have no fracture in your left hand. Well, that's not what I wanted to know. I had problems with my right, my shoulder. I told them all that, my rib.
Okay,
I haven't heard from them since. So, it's like there's no follow-up.
well, that sounds very frustrating. Sounds very
Oh,
frustrating.
I know where I am and I know what I am. And I've been made to feel that way. So there, you win.
Okay,
Hey,
well,
7, I'm not, I'm
okay, so we've
hurt
talked
now.
a little about, do you have other physical health issues that you would like the board to know
Well,
about? Other things you're
let's see.
dealing with?
I can't taste, I can't smell, I can't swallow. Because whatever they did to save me in one way, they just destroyed everything that I have. So you don't have enjoyment of food or taste. You don't have nothing. It's just nothing. So I mix everything in a bowl with lots of water, and I try to chase it down with water because they got no saliva to swallow. And swallow unless I do that. Several times I almost choked if I'm not careful.
Hmm.
But I
Okay,
shrug a shoulder and I live on day to day because the only one I have is me. I know that the rest of the world don't give a crap. And so I don't say anything against them, it's just that I abide as much as I can.
okay,
So and then the last packet, I did have the courtesy to read through it, and I was aghast at what was said, and what was twisted. And I said I was trying to be honest, and this is what they did to my words. You can't trust these people. No. Because they don't have no truth in them.
okay.
If
Well,
they
so
don't have
we're gonna,
Jesus, they don't have Christ, and they don't know the Lord, then they're outright wicked. So when I got that packet, I just tore it all up.
so
Yeah,
you
I
physically,
put water on it, I tore it up, and I flushed it. And I didn't care to. And it was like a book.
yeah,
For what purpose? Right after I got done with you the first time, you sit there and let this I-5 killer rapist out. And I think, wow, that's cool. It was in the news. It was in the news. And I thought, wow.
okay. Well, we're not here to talk
I
about
was
him.
shocked. I was shocked. I'm a small fry. All I can say is I'm innocent of this shit. And I'm put in here for all these years. So you guys, you do what you want. Nail me to the damn cross because,
So can I ask you
I'll be
something?
dying. I'm probably ready, to go someday.
Can I ask you something, Mr. Smith? Do you want to have this hearing? Do you want to talk with us? I guess
I can't hear you real good.
you can't hear me very good
No,
now?
I mean, it was all about static.
Okay.
A little slower, maybe, just so I can hear it,
Okay.
not so much loud.
Do you want to have this hearing today? Do you
Well,
want the board?
I was
to-
all set at 12:30. I come down, and you know what? What time is it now? I mean,
Well, we started at 12:55. So that's what time we started. It is now 1:18. And we have,
really?
you know, time. Yeah.
Well, okay, I was here at 12:30 our time.
Oh. You're right. You're right. I'm failing to consider the time difference. So I see how frustrating that is. But we are
I
talking
forgot the
about your
time.
life,
Yeah,
right?
I forgot the time thing too.
Yeah.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
So, okay. Why don't we see how far we get and you tell me how, what you want to do with this hearing. This is your hearing, right?
But nobody's hearing me.
Well, we're going to talk about it. I mean, it sounds to me like when I
Oh.
asked about your physical health, you wanted to talk about the crime and how you feel like nobody listens to you and that you did not do it. Is that what you want us to know?
Listen, I've been down 35 years.
Mhm.
I'm really sorry. That's all I can tell you. I'm really sorry. It was a one-time thing, and I thought I was a smart guy at the time, and drinking and doing what I did, and I thought, yeah, I'm gonna pay her. So,
So,
the world turned upside down.
Hmm.
I was involved, but so was she in crime. But she got off free, and I'm the one that does the 35 years. And I wish now I would have paid her and just said, here, but I'm sorry I took the state's employee and what they say, I raped her. So there.
okay, so what are you actually sorry
State's in the
for?
prostitution business. That's why they gave her full rights. And me as a homeowner and a business owner, I was disregarded and sent to prison. So,
Okay,
you
I have
guys
two
got it right
questions.
on.
I have two questions for you. Okay.
Yeah. I
You
think
led
I answered
with,
last
well,
time.
no, you led with, I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? What exactly did you do?
Everything that I'm being punished for.
But
I'm
what did
sorry.
you do?
I repent.
What are you repenting for?
I raped a prostitute.
Okay.
I'm not interrupting you, am I? Insane? Okay, there. There you go. This is the do you want it, so there you have it.
Well, okay.
I'm being familiar with my captors. You're right. I'm wrong. I'm
Why
sorry.
did you say she was a government employee? Why did you
Because
say?
the state went to defend her more than me. I believe my rights went right out the window because they decided, well, let's not take this guy's, let's take her side. She had a record. For all I know, and I don't, and I tell you that, I don't know. she probably went right back out there and did it afterward. Maybe put 2 other people in. I don't know. All I know is I acted on what I heard in the newspapers and the law enforcement, that prostitution was a big problem. They didn't like these people. They were trying to clean it up. I don't know. And I got drunk one night. There she was. I picked her up, and the next thing I know, she grabbed my crotch, and she's a prostitute. I said, yeah, okay, we'll agree to it. And then I just didn't, after the act, I think there was an act, or then no money, I wasn't paying her, because I didn't get nothing. And next thing I mean, I was at the place, I took her to get help. I didn't try to hold back. Cops came to ask me all about it. And they said, so what's the deal? And I'm sitting in the edge of the seat on the cop car in the back seat, just sitting there while he talked to me. And he said, so what happened? I said, well, I told him. And he says, okay, well, wait right there. So he went to the police car and come back. And he said, yeah, she is a prostitute. What do you want to do about it? And I go, well, what can I do? And he said, well, take her in, but your wife or whatever is going to know, and, you know, she'll get off scot-free, and that's the way it'll go. And I go, well, then, forget about that. I thought I'd bury the hatchet, right? And I went home. 2 days later, the cops come to my house. My girlfriend and I got back from the supermarket, and they arrest me. They went through my whole house. They didn't find nothing to connect me with anything. But they get out there and they said, you know where this lady was out there, that there was a couple of prostitutes killed out there? And I said, I had no idea. That was in the 80s, and I was in the oil fields in the 80s. So I find myself in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I said, I was being cooperative. And I said, well, you know, I didn't know that. Well, according to the last report, and probably this one, they tried to nail me to be like the Green River Killer because of that. And a couple of detectives come and talk to me in the jail just and ask if I knew. I said no, and then they left. They never heard from them again. But the state of Oregon, or all those people involved, wanted to nail me with something like this. And I prayed about it, and sure enough, they caught him up in Seattle, the Green River Killer, and they caught the one that did that, a trucker out there with those 2 prostitutes. That came to light. And so did the other ones. That should have cleared me 100%, but no, everybody sat on their ass and let me do time.
Yeah, but you're not
because
charged with.
They didn't want to be embarrassed about it.
So you're not charged with anything regarding those other women.
Oh
though,
no,
right?
I'm charged.
So
She got in the car, I got kidnapped. Twice. How did I kidnap her twice? I don't know.
Usually it's differing theories of the case, usually, or different behavior that
like
qualifies.
If the four charges didn't work, they'd have 4 more to back them up.
Mm-hmm.
How that law works, I don't know. But
so let me ask you a question. How did she get her injuries? If this was a simple transaction.
Pushing the car in the mud, slipping and falling down on the front bumper and whatever. I was trying to push to get it out of the mud. I parked off the road. I went where she wanted me to go, and I did. It was out there by a truck stop in Troutdale. I'd never been there before.
Okay. So,
You've had my DNA, you've had my fingerprints, you went through my home and you ain't found SWAT, so quit the act. I mean, it's stupid. I'm not anything. I'm just a John that got in a situation I shouldn't have.
well, let me ask you a couple of questions. You seem to have a bit of a preoccupation with sex workers, prostitutes.
Yeah, see?
Well, I'm wondering why. Why were you out there with binoculars and spotlights? Why were you doing that? I honestly don't understand.
You know
So
what?
tell me why.
You hit on a good idea.
What?
You gotta stop everybody from purchasing binoculars, hunters, everybody. And you've got to have spotlights that people used to have in the 50s on their car, shine on a drive-in, you know. You gotta put a stop to that. Start passing legislation. Because then people aren't having any right to have those things. And as far as being preoccupied with sex workers, no, I was never.
Well, you did admit that you would go out and harass sex workers by shining spotlights on them.
I was gaming with you.
Why would you tell people that?
Because the questions they were asking me were so beyond deviant that I don't, and then, you know, when I see how the world's accepting people that deviant behavior, and I gave them what they wanted. The Bible says, answer a fool according to his folly. Well, I thought the questions were ridiculous, so I gave it, but never realizing it twist that around, make it even worse. Yeah, that was not right.
So when you told people it was funny to watch them run away and hide in the shadows, you were just making that up?
I was making it up.
So if you're making up your answers to
I'm
questions,
not to be believed on anything else.
I'm just wondering why though? Why would you do that when
Because self-destructive nature. You're in here for 35 years. Hey, you're giving up on everything. You know, you just say, oh, what the hell, you know?
Okay. But you had, you did tell people that you had a prior encounter with a prostitute where you paid her in counterfeit money.
What?
Yeah, you said you thought it was funny. That's from your earlier evaluation with Dr. Stotler Turner. Do you recall that?
That's one of those things I brought up because it was a thought. That's what I should have done. Handed them big.
Oh, you didn't do it?
I was laughing when I told them that, but I didn't think it would be taken that serious. But then, you know, I realized that maybe it's a good idea that before you bring people into the parole board hearing, read them the Miranda rights. In other words, I have not had my Miranda rights read to me.
Well,
anything you say or do can be used against you. And so what I did is by doing those things, didn't realize that these things could be totally turned around on me and used on me. And so I
well, your Miranda rights don't attach at this point.
in a lighthearted manner. I've never in my whole life been before a parole board, so how should I know how to act? There was nothing in that report, or that first one, it said, you're going into the parole board, now here's how you should act. This is to give you rights, you have a right to say or do, otherwise I'll be used against you. There's no such printing. It's amazing. So I got in there and I got convicted. This will be the third time now. First in the courts, first in the first parole hearing, and now here, I'll be convicted here, so.
Well, why don't we talk
I have
about what you've,
a chance, so, you know.
why don't we talk, one of the purposes of this hearing is to look at what you've done while you've been in custody and rehabilitation. So why don't we talk about the programming you've been involved with? Before we do that, I'm going to see if Ms. Kuklinski has any questions about the crime. Because that's where we headed, or physical health. Those were the two things we did. Well, the other board members get a chance to ask you a question. So go ahead, Ms. Kuklinski.
Okay, Mr. Smith, did you force Miss Smith to take her clothes off at knife point?
No,
Did you have sex with Miss Smith against her will?
I don't remember if I did or not. So,
Okay, so you
No,
don't
it's
remember
all wrong.
because you were drinking, is that correct?
heavily.
Did you force Miss Smith to engage in oral sex?
That's probably where the sodomy came from.
And do you not remember, or you don't know if that happened or not?
I don't, but I know this: when I get drunk, I can't do anything.
Can you say that again? I'm not sure I understood what you
When
said.
I get drunk, I can't really get a hard on.
Okay, and so you were drunk when you picked up the prostitute, and you
Yeah.
don't remember about the any kind of sexual activities that may or may not have occurred.
In fact, I don't even know where the knife thing come from. Except she said it on the report. I don't know. I come to a courtroom and I'm trying to. I mean, my mother was there for
Are you talking about originally when you were being
In the
tried
court-
on this case?
in the court, yeah, in the court.
Okay. So are you saying you didn't feel comfortable talking about the details of the crime because your mom was there?
I kind of exaggerated a few points to hopefully win the case, but it didn't
And what were
go.
those 2 points that you exaggerated?
I can't remember. I got on with reading the word and just getting involved in all that, helping other people. And 35 years has gone by fast, and I just kind of put it away and didn't look back. I never thought about it until all this came up first time. And now I never really gave it much thought. I never meditated. I never lost sleep. I slept good always, but I never was restless or sought pills to help me or anything. I've seen a lot of that in here. Guys need pills to sleep. They get pills for depression. Never had that.
Do you have any regrets about
I
what
was
you
like,
did with Miss
I
Smith?
think I could have done something for society or been somebody better person than I brought into this. But I have believe I've helped a lot of men in here. I think I've done good there. I turned what was bad around good and tried to do good. That's all. See, I came down, I felt so bad that I came to prison. It was the worst thing that could happen. I lost my wife, my daughter. Losing the house, I'm losing all the things I tried to rebuild, and I was losing those. I started drinking. Everything just came down on me. Then the last straw was thrown in prison for the worst, and to see my mom there, my sisters. I thought of my daughter, my wife, who was deceased, and I thought, what a shameful man I am. What horrible to come to this and it's like. So did I go and try to justify myself? No, I broke down. I was ready to die, and I could have hung with guys, you know, that considered the good guys, murderers, child molesters. I don't like men that rape women, and I don't like men that rape children. I've been set too. I tried to find answers, and I had a Bible keep showing up. I kept throwing it in the trash, it kept showing up. So I finally went in and, without looking at anyone, I put it under my arm, went in and read it. Now I know it's all nonsense to you people, but I sat down and started reading it, and nobody had ever spoken to me that way before. The Lord. And I broke down with tears, and I cried terribly. I was really remorseful. Whatever I've done, whatever I've said, I repented. I was sorry for everything. And I got up like that, turned my back around, said, Satan, you will have no more control of my life, ever. So, said, Lord, I know nothing except what you tell me. And I kind of did a little unscrewing the cap here, cleaning out all the garbage I ever knew about the world, or things, or people, or things. And I said, I know nothing, Lord, except what you show me. I heard his voice say, my son, in your prayer I'm well pleased. So I went and read. I studied every day for hours and hours. And it was just so beautiful, the wisdom. I just ate that. Didn't get into pornography of these guys. I tried to talk them out of that. I went and helped people come to Christ. I did all I can, and it didn't matter what happened to me. I was helping people. Writing letters for them. I was doing all this for their family. Thing you know, 35 years has gone by fast. And I'm not sorry for it. But I know this, whatever I've held on to here will stay here. If I let it go, and I've let it go, I've repented of everything, I'm going to the Lord. And there'll be a day when I come and I'll stand before him clean. Not so much those that think that they got the goody-goody life going and they can cuss and curse and smoke and drink and tattoo themselves. No, they ain't got nothing coming when it comes standing before the Father. But I do, because I'm just a lowly, no good prisoner to the world. Well, you people make me feel like shit, like I ain't worth nothing. You belittle me in your reports, you belittle me here every day that I have to live and follow your rules, and I do it obediently. Then you come out and say, hey, There's a world out there. You want to know how to get to it. You know, you want this, or what have you done to get to it? Hell, I don't know. The world's changed since I've been down. The internet wasn't even around when I was here. I can't even work your kiosk devices. I don't know anything about technology. Like I said, I can't even use a phone normally because I gotta go through a recording that won't listen to my voice and won't confirm it. So a call is hard to make to anybody. So I can't do that. I had a brother, I guess, contact me, but he emailed me and he expects me to send him an email. I don't know nothing about email. I kept thinking to myself, brother, why don't you write me a letter, for crying out loud? People don't write letters anymore, I guess. I was going to get a new almanac. It had all www.com in it, every address, but my old one, which is 2016, has physical address. So if I want to write Ford Motor Company or these addresses, they're there, they're physical, and I kept that because of that. I didn't think there'd be much changes, but you know, I just lost a friend that I admired. Terry Garr, 79 years old. I lost James Kahn. I lost a lot of people I know. They're around my age. So why should I sit there and think I got this whole pick up the rat race, get the car, try to earn money to buy a house? And it's impossible for you people out there. How can it be possible for me? I mean, and I scanned Seattle and Portland and San Francisco and LA and all the cities, and they're full of homeless tents and camps and excretements and food and everything. Wow. I don't have such greed.
Does that overwhelm you to think about releasing into that world, or how do you think you would respond, kind of releasing into the world that is today?
I thought about it. I thought, geez,
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to build a tree house somewhere.
Does it scare you to think about getting out?
Buy a little area to make, talk to somebody and say, hey, you sell me a spot, I could maybe go buy a tough shed and I need property. I don't know. Probably so expensive.
Yeah. Does that
77 what? I mean, I'd like to volunteer, I thought, and get a job of some sort. I mean, the other day I saw some old guy at 80 and I thought, he's not age. He was working at a grocery store. People love him, but he's been doing that probably for years.
So, Mr. Smith,
Hold
on. Can I ask you a question before I turn it over to Mr. Reese to finish out this topic?
Yeah.
Is there any, as far as the reason that you're incarcerated, the convictions that you have, what responsibility do you specifically take as it relates to these crimes? What specifically do you know that you did that you want to tell the board?
Boy, I heard some of that. Some of I could do.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what specifically, as it relates to the crimes that you're incarcerated for, what specifically what accountability do you take for anything that happened that day? What are you guilty of?
Everything.
But can you be more specific with me? Like, what do you know that you did that you can be accountable for with the board?
Hey, everything. That's it.
Okay. Okay.
Area.
Well, then I don't have any other questions. I will check in with Mr. Reeves.
Terribly done. You're guilty on it. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Smith,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Smith, you said earlier this afternoon that this was a prostitute. She wanted to go to this location. She grabbed you between the legs. You didn't pay her.
No.
So so now you're saying you're accountable for everything. That I don't. The board doesn't want you to say you're accountable for everything if you don't think you're accountable for everything.
Oh, sir, they do. You know that.
Well,
They do.
Well,
And not doing it to say, hey, I want to get out. I don't have any idea what it would be like. It's just like,
well, that's a separate issue actually that I want to ask you about. But just if I could, to go back to the question that Ms. Kuklinski just asked you, what if anything do you think that you did that landed you in prison?
did all that. And that's what you want to hear. You don't want to sit there and say, oh, you didn't do it.
I don't.
I did do it. It wouldn't matter either way. I'm saying here's what you're seeking. Okay. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I wouldn't be here if I hadn't had some kind of contact with something in this situation. It wasn't, I could tell a lot of guys that are in that kind of denial. Here I said, look, you weren't sitting in Kmart waiting for your wife to come out of Kmart. And the cops comes up, knocks on your window and says, you're under arrest. You had to be doing something to get involved. So I got involved. I did,
Well, so you figure you had to be doing something, but is it the case that you don't remember?
No, I don't think so.
I'm sorry, I couldn't actually understand.
I think a lot of things were blowing up. I'm saying it right. Blowing up to help a lot of people with their careers or something. They got on the bandwagon. See, it was in that last report. Even the psychologist asked me about that, about the spotlight, about personating a police officer, which I didn't. I had no badge. I didn't have any of that. And the Green River thing. There were people there really taking a person that was innocent of all that and just really pumping it up because it was helping them. Yeah, we got them. And then when it's find out later, probably after submission of DNA and all the other, they find out, now this guy, nobody's going to come out and say, hey, it wasn't even him. No, hey, leave it right. So, you know, how can you fight the system? You can't. Start an appeal and started me to Arizona for a couple of years. And when I got back, the attorney didn't even submit the paperwork for the first appeal. So I lost out on all that. Then when I tried to get the court to send me transcripts of things, they lost them. They didn't have them. There was just no way, and then not knowing anything about the law, that I could do this thing to help myself, and nobody out there to get me help. Oh, we love you, brother. Yeah, you know, we'll send you some money for a TV and the radio, but that never. Just people just kind of abandoned it. You know. Later, I think I found out that prostitute was a sister of a couple of Portland policemen. Her sisters. And, and everybody just really, it was a political year, and you know, it's wholesale. So you can't find it. No matter how much you try, you can't. You people don't know. You think, you know, the news out there when I used to read paper every day and drink a cup of coffee at Denny's, I'd sit there and read the paper and I'd see these guys that were sentenced to 10, 20, 30 years, and I go, wow, boy, that's be hard to do. Never even thinking I'd ever come to prison. And you hear them talk about the revolving door, and you go, when you're in, there's no such thing as a revolving door. That did kind of piss me off, though, after I left World War the first time. Right after that, about a month, not even a month, they let the I-5 killer go. He got out on parole or whatever. Probate. I said, isn't that something? I'm sorry. And they really screwed me through and really asked me things like, concerned, would you bring a lawsuit or something like that? And I thought, why are they asking questions like that? Yeah. Well, I have a better agenda. It's just to follow what I've been doing, reading, studying. Treated this prison like a monastery. That's anything good. Where you're like a priest. Got a cell. They have cells, you know. They're little rooms. They call them cells. They study the Bible. They go to chow and they go to prayers and they just live their life like a monastery life. That's what I thought I was doing. And then, of course, I would like to have a ministry. But people up there probably don't listen much. They got all churches out there. And here these men need something to, some direction, morality, morals, to do right. Besides, much as I've learned, and so I think, well, you might say to God, God, give me a commission, give me a ministry, and well, He might send you to Timbuktu. You might not like it, but hey, that's where he wants you to serve. That's where he wants you to serve. So I took that as, yeah, not a lot of people, yeah, they got a chapel there. Those people don't do that for us. They don't care about us either. The only time they call you down is tell you your sister died or your mother died. You can't do nothing about it, you know. People dying or people needing help in your own family, and yet you're supposed to live like a non-human and not even care. I mean, it's like, yeah, you lost your family member, that's all. You're helpless, you can't do nothing. Just say, wow, you know, holidays go by, back, and you just cease to have any care about those. Everybody else is out there with their families, all the holidays, getting together and celebrating and having a good time and not giving a thought to the men and women. So, you know. Yeah. I just tried to do right. So, awfully sorry, whatever I've done in life. I'm not that perfect human being. I know I'm not anything in this earth. Been abandoned by family and people. You know, they don't care. They think, well, he's in a place they're taking care of him, so we don't. So, you know.
Okay, Mr. Smith, I hate to interrupt. But it does seem as if you've gone a little beyond my question. So I'm going to turn it back over to Vice Chair Cleaver to continue the hearing. Okay, but thank you for sharing that with us.
Did I not answer the question?
Okay. So we're going to talk about programming since you've been in custody. So since the last board hearing, have you participated in any treatment or programs or self-study?
Yeah, self-study, but nothing.
Okay. What self-study have you done since the last hearing?
Well, I see the Word of God, the Bible, really covers a lot of in-depth things. And, you know, if you're troubled by something or anything, go to it. You look it up. Got a strong concordance. I research things deeply. My TV, I don't like to waste sci-fi, stupid stuff. But I like analytical programs that are intellectual. There was one on Constitution stuff. And really heartfelt on that, you know. I'm thinking, wow, I hadn't realized how sad it is. You know?
Well, can I redirect you? Because I guess I'm talking more about, so it sounds to me like you've done additional study of the Bible.
Self-examination.
Have you, for the board specifically, gave recommendations to you in its last order? The first one was self-study regarding sexually violent behavior through the Road to Freedom or book or something like that. Did you do that since the last board hearing? You did?
Anger management or something.
Okay, when did you do that?
I didn't know about one. I can't even remember. A few years ago.
Oh, okay. What program did you do? What was the name?
I don't know, anger management. Can't think of a couple others.
Okay, what about sex
I
offender
got the certificate,
treatment?
but I didn't bring those or think about it because I was told by several people through the years, inmates, well, don't take your certificates there, but they'll just turn their nose up at them and they don't give it back. So I don't, you know, I guess they're a piece of paper to appease us or something.
So did you do sex offender work?
Yeah, in Texas.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we went from Oregon down to Arizona. Arizona took over CCA, Credit Corporation of America, or whatever the prison name, and they bussed a bunch of us over to Texas, to Houston, to go through a sex offender treatment.
How long was this sex offender treatment program?
Month or two or something.
And what did you?
We did it, I guess.
What did you get out of it? What did you learn?
Well, I learned a lot, but I can't remember what it was actually. But I do.
Okay.
Studies in the women area.
It was about, okay, I'm sorry.
And women issues, and I'm thinking, yeah. Men can be pads, not to the degree I am, but understanding situations, and you know, there's respect at degrees. Almost like you show your mom, you should show your sister, you should show people in general. Sometimes they overstep boundaries that aren't right. So then it comes to a point where all human beings are like that.
Mhm. Well, what did you specifically learn about yourself during that treatment process?
Well, that I had been careless with my treatment of others at times.
Okay.
There's things, you know, you think back about the time I know if I share anything, it's just totally misconstrued. One example is, it was 15, 16, I faced pushed in by a couple of guys that were sniffing glue, and they were paranoid. I didn't know. I was clean of any kind of stuff. They come over one day in my apartment, banged on the door, and I thought they were my friends. They came in and pushed, they beat the crap out of me. Had this black tooth for years, and the dentist told me I was going to lose that tooth someday, but I never did. Still got it. But so I to a thrift shop and I bought a machete. I don't know why. I never knew. I wasn't a good fighter, but I carried that around for protection. If they were trying to jump me again, I would just kind of get in the doorway, you know, with protection and just kind of scare them off. And that did happen. Nobody was hurt. cops came and took it, confiscated it, and I gave it up, and I never had. But the report last time that you guys reported on, yeah, I had this obsession with machetes. I thought, that is crazy. I shared some with them as an experience, and they took it and used it against me like they used everything. In the courtroom, they did that. They did this. I can't believe it. I mean, I sat there going, hey, blame me for stealing the pencil. But don't try to tell me I tried to take the table and chairs, the filing cabinet, the TV, and everything else.
Okay. I feel like we kind of veered off topic because what I asked you was, what did you learn in sex offender treatment about yourself?
Okay, well,
And we ended up talking not about sex offending
I learned I
behavior.
was normal as far as sexual function and ideas of man and woman, but as far as the deviant things, I never ever had those things. I was surprised by them because I'd never heard of those things, never investigated those things, never had fetishes, whatever. And I learned all that about, you know, I learned about respect between women, men, and so forth.
So what I'm
My actions for, you know, getting into an area thing I should not have ever. I thought about that and I thought, wow, if I had just went home, if I had just driven by her, she was filming, if I had just driven by and went over for the purpose of sobering up at Denny's and getting some coffee in me, because I had called my girlfriend that and said, hey, I'm coming home, but I've been drinking and I don't want to drive in this condition. So I'm going over to Denny's, get some coffee. She says, how long will you be in? I know, give me an hour. Well, I had lots of drink and I just went along, picked her up. Then I just kind of went along with it. Loose morals, loose everything. Quite ashamed. It is loose morals when you pick up a sex worker. It is. And it's not what a normal person. So I was not normal. Attitude. I learned that.
Okay. So the board after the last hearing issued an order, and I'm going to try to bring us back to the original question.
They issued an order.
Yes, it's called a board action form and it was sent out to you, and in it, the board made some recommendations for you, things you should do. And one of them,
that was kind of, I think that was kind of my.
so the board wanted you to do additional self-study regarding sexual offending behavior.
Well, we have no program.
Okay. Self-study means you read a book, you do a workbook. Did you do that?
I didn't have a workbook, but
Okay.
I told you I did self-reflection, I programmed at night.
The other thing the board recommended was that you try to get into like cognitive behavioral therapy or dialectical behavioral therapy.
I said that would be all right. I didn't say I would. I said, yeah.
Did you do it or did you try to get into it?
What? The board said that, but does the board know that there's no, I don't know what kind of stuff they have in here. I don't.
Have you asked?
No,
Okay, so do you know what's available at SRCI?
no, I don't. I don't know what's available.
Why?
That's the answer. I don't know. So
Well,
why? I don't know.
no, why haven't you asked, I guess? Why haven't you inquired? If the
Well,
board says, okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I know now that really 100% permanent. See, like, can you see these?
Uh-huh.
Okay, these are glasses, so I have faith to know that these are glasses. And as
Yeah.
powerful as that is, I can't say that they're a drinking problem or that they're an airplane. They're glasses. Okay. So examining me, I say, I know this. I'm done with drinking. I'm done with drugs. I've had none of that the whole time I've been down. For 35 years, they've done me tests where they wake me up at 2 a.m. and have me do a urine test, piss test. And I come up clean every time. And I've never in the whole time been down. I've had, and you know what? The clarity of mind I've had, the ability to draw, to examine myself like that and know that I'm the kind of person that never would have in the past done any of this kind of thing. But I do know it's sin nature. And whatever I did, I had to try thinking, like, where in the heck did I go wrong? Why did I do these things? And it occurred to me, hanging around certain people or places, going into a topless place and drinking and thinking I was one of the guys and watching the women dance. And there's a whole bunch of these robes in there. You're in there and you're thinking you're real cool at the time, but apparently, according to the Bible, you can pick up spirits, evil spirits that influence you. And then you get these ideas that you would never really develop on your own. This entity that says, and you can't. Crazy rules, you're not really in your common sense. The next thing you know, you're in trouble, and this entity leaves you, and then you're sent before the judge. And why did you do this? And you're empty now. You say, I don't know. It's just, why does a person steal something in a supermarket? Why do they walk out without paying for a product? Well, there's so much thievery going on in the world as it is that not everybody's in prison. I mean, all these people going into stores with groups, stealing clothing and everything, and then running out the door, they do in groups. But people are stealing gas, or they're ripping each other off. There's American greed is a sickening story.
Okay.
And you think,
Okay, well,
trust me.
I'm not sure that's really on, I mean, I understand that what you're saying, but it's not really on answering the question about why you didn't try to find out what programs were available. That was a very discreet question there.
I mean, what would it do for me? Other than this self-examination saying,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
I'm done with drinking, I'm done with drugs, I'm done with this. I would never go to prostitution. I would never approach even a woman in a wrong way or anything. I wouldn't, I'd just be cordial, open the door and say thank you, and that's it. Go on my way. I'm perfectly thought about, oh yeah, I'd be just in my apartment, I'd play my solitaire, I'd read my Bible, I'd just be away from the roots in the world. Because out there, you either get shot or people beat you up, or, I've seen videos on TV of the Chinese people in Chinatown getting beat up from thugs in Bristol for just being Chinese. And I don't know, it's just maddening madness, and I don't want to be part of that madness.
Okay.
God
Well,
save.
I'm going to check in with Ms. Kuklinski and see if she has any questions about programming or rehabilitation efforts.
Mr.
Look-
Smith, you had said, or at one point it looked like while you were in prison, you did attend AA. Is that correct?
Yeah,
When, and it sounds like you attended that for many years. Is that correct?
yeah.
Okay. When did you stop attending that?
Well, I did it OSP for a while, and then pretty faithfully, people get together and they'd have some donuts or something. They'd have free coffee and go there and we would talk, we listen to people, and we learn things like that. I attended religiously group there. And then I get out here and they had no such programs set up at first. It just didn't like club activities weren't there.
How long have you been at SRCI? When did you get there?
In 1998. So after my stint, a couple years at EO, after I got back. And Arizona a couple of years, OSP for 5 years. And I've been here since 1998. I just didn't have culture, they didn't have clubs, they didn't have none of that. They didn't emphasize those things. In the AA, a lot of guys just said, really nothing. I go, well, you don't need it. All you need to do is be away from it for a long while. Suddenly you get this cleansing. You don't, just to think of alcohol right now, I would shudder. Just, why? How did I do that?
I'm wondering if
It
you
doesn't appeal to me anymore. Neither, even I don't desire to be with a woman, man, anything. I just really good. I feel like 12 years old again. I was celibate, not even thinking of those things. And I just, I'm doing really good. I don't masturbate. I don't do any of that. I just feel good about being pure and good about it. Pure of alcohol. I don't desire cigarettes or pot, drugs. I don't get into all that. And that's why I kind of stay to myself in ways, because all these guys out there, they're criminality. They think about, okay, I won't get caught next time. And they glorify, oh man, I could sure use some cocaine and all that, and alcohol. And I go, I don't want to be around those people, because if I'm sitting around those people, I'm bored with it. I don't, I try to change the conversation in the analytical things. Hey, did you see that thing on Bridge Building? I try to steer the conversation.
Well, Mr. Smith, have you been able to identify why you think you drank before? Hold on, Mr. Smith. Have you identified why you drank before? Like why that was something that you used kind of as a crutch in your life?
The what?
Why you drank before? Why it was that you kind of used alcohol in your life?
Well, yeah. Here's the thing. Society sets you up that it's okay, but they had banned cigarettes, right? They went on a big campaign to to ban cigarettes, that smoking was bad for people, the medical cost was high and everything. But they somewhat in the prohibition tried that with alcohol. It didn't work. Because the big excuse out there is people like to drink. Why? I don't know, except two things. Get high, and it numbs the pain, something like that. And they have a bad day and they think, hey, I have a right to drink. So they go fix themselves a drink to calm their nerves, to calm down. A normal person doesn't really need to do that. They've never done that. But I got in that kind of thinking around friends. I went to parties with young people my age, and they drank, and everybody drank, got soused. I used to get drunk and have a migraine so bad and throwing up the next morning so bad. I swore to God I'd never do that again. And hey, once you're feeling good again after a couple, 3 weeks, or find yourself in the same boat. Well, I'll just drink a little, get numb, but I won't go too far. But you can't control it. Start doing that. And so it becomes, really stupid. They got it in colleges. College people perish because they have divorces, they've had families break up, they've had liver disease, all kinds of terrible things. And yet society continues selling it and making it. If it were me, if I had the power, I would eliminate it totally.
So in your case though, Mr. Smith, why did you drink? You said people drink to numb. Was that why you were drinking?
I like the excitement of getting drunk and seeing what would happen.
Okay.
And I discovered this, that people didn't observe that. And they said, oh, I never thought of it that way, but you're right. And here's what I said. If you're in a bad mood and you drink, you get soused, you are going to be a loudmouth, obnoxious person. They're going to kick you out of bars and say, hey, buddy, get out of here, because you lost control somehow because of your mouth, because you set your stage for that when you're an angry deal. When you're in a happy-go-lucky mood, you are the life of the party when you drink, because you've set that. And when you're in a sad mood and you drink, you'll be crying all over your beer. Guarantee those things happen. And people say, that's true what you're saying. It is. I know one time I went out to drink. I said, well, I like Tom Collins. And going out and saying, well, I'll take $20 for blackjack table. Look, I talked to myself. I said, no, look, Gary, don't act like an asshole. Don't cry in your beer. Just be a gentleman. So I dressed up in a suit, tie, and cocktail waitress came and free drinks, but she says, what do you have? And I said, I'll have Tom Collins. Okay. I'm sitting there playing, and she brings it to me, and I tip her $2. Why, thank you. And it went on like that till I had 27 of them. And yet the whole time, I guess, because I found this out the next day, I had to take a bunch of bar towels that I washed and folded because they were full of barf. The car was, I threw up on the seat, threw up on my suit. I bet something happened down there. So I get down there and the guard, he laughs and he says, wow, how you doing, Mr. Smith? And I said, oh, fine. Hey, was I an ass? No, you were. That's just it. Nobody knew. And the cocktail waiter said, no, you were a gentleman. You tipped me over $35 in drinks. And the whole time you sat there, you sat stiff, played your cards. I mean, I won $800 from a $20 start. I had all that money in my pocket. How did I get all this money? I couldn't remember. But they said the whole time you sat there, every time you had a drink, you tipped the waitress, you were a perfect gentleman until the 27th Tom Collins. And you did something the club's never seen. And I go, what'd I do? And they go, you threw up all over the blackjack table. The barf went right into the tip tray. I go, oh man, I'm sorry. And they said, see, I looked at the green table, it had been cleaned up, but you could still see this little line of a spot. Oh, gross, I'm sorry. Oh, no, we tried to get you to get a cab, but we cleaned you up in the bathroom, but you insisted on driving. And the scary thing is I had to go through 2 crosswalks driving home, and people go back and forth in those crosswalks, busy. And I thought, how the hell did I get in? Park my car in the right spot, get to the right apartment, drive all those 2-3 miles from the casinos to my apartment, and not have hit or killed today. I am so lucky I didn't, because I couldn't have remembered it. And I don't know how many times I've read where alcohol is destructive, where a man can come home and beat his wife, or some friend is killed by somebody that's drunk, and the next day that person doesn't remember a thing. So with that, if I had the choice now, being clear-minded, totally, wait, I would just love to just destroy it all in the world. I don't think there's any reason or purpose to it, except people want to get high and they want to see what happens. And you do that too, because sometimes when you're drunk, you pick up a lady or a lady picks you up. Something strange happens. Anyway, you even put something up and break a window without crying. It's just, you know what I mean? You might lean on something and break a window. Yeah, I do that. And I've stood outside and seen people get drunk, and I didn't appreciate it. I saw it acted like monsters. No, I've been sober all this time.
Okay, so you've been sober for 35 years, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was alcohol that got me into this problem.
All right, I am gonna check in with Mr. Reese to see if he has any follow-up questions on this topic.
Sorry, I talked so long.
Thank you. No, Mr. Smith, that was an interesting story about all those Tom Collins that you drank. And it leads me to this question. I'm just wondering if over the years you have wondered yourself if perhaps you, in an alcoholic blackout, did rape this woman at knife point, and you did cut her vagina with a knife, and you did do all the things she said, and you just don't remember. Has that ever occurred to you?
Yeah. That's why I address that problem. The AA meetings, and I learned a lot from them. People think that they're in control, but they're not. And I feel like I'm clean to where I don't desire it. I don't think about it. So I think I'm pure, and I like that. I like being able to be, but boy, I was loose. That's why I got in all this trouble. It was drinking, and I don't know, out of control. It was like, I determined while I was in prison to really look into those things. I did, and I tell you, I'd never touch another drink. I would advise people never to. It's just not good. I don't know how many times I threw up. I don't know how many times things happen. But people glorify it too much, and it's not really good. It leaves you with a rock gut feeling that's horrible. And, you know, I went to AA meetings here in person and emphasized those things that people did for a while too. And
So, and I have one more. I have one more question, Mr. Smith, and I just want to clarify something, because a couple of times when you were talking, I felt like you were saying that maybe you want to stay in prison and not be in free society, because you mentioned Chinese people getting attacked, and you mentioned any number of things, bad things that you're reading about. So I just want to clarify, are you saying that you actually would prefer to remain in prison where you can peacefully read the Bible and be left alone? I just wanted to clarify that.
no, I didn't think I said anything to that. Did I? Or did I give that impression?
That's why I'm asking. I just you didn't say the words "I want to stay in prison," but you talked a lot about, I thought, your belief that things were bad in the world and that you had managed to create a safe life like a monk in prison. So that's why I'm asking. But you tell me.
Oh no, I shudder when I think of it. The drinking, you know, what it would taste awful.
No, I'm not asking about drinking. I get it. You don't want to drink. I'm asking if you want to live outside of prison.
Do I want to live outside of prison?
Yes.
Yeah, I would. But I really haven't really thought of that, you know, thought of that. But when I do, I just gotten so used to helping other people, and when I did, I just didn't put any mind to myself. I know I would never drink again.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it back over to Vice Chair Cleaver. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reese. So typically we would talk about the psychological evaluation. However, since you didn't read it and tore it up, I'm not sure there would be much value in going over it. Go ahead.
I took an evaluation and tore up. Is that what you're saying?
I'm talking about the evaluation you did with Dr. Mosich and the report she wrote in September of this year. And it was included in the packet, and you testified or told the board that you tore the packet up, crumpled it up and you didn't read the psych eval. That's what you told us. So I'm not gonna go through it line by line with you if you haven't read it. Did you read it? I guess I'm confused.
Yeah,
You did? Okay. Why did you tell me you didn't read it? I don't.
didn't think of it. Very
You didn't.
important at the moment.
You didn't think reading the psych eval was important, or you didn't think telling me you. Okay. Well, if you've read it, what are your thoughts about it? Do you agree or disagree with your diagnoses?
That I'm schizophrenic.
That's not what it said.
Oh, okay, well,
You were, did you read Dr. Mosich's evaluation?
yeah, I think so.
Okay. So she diagnosed you with other specified personality disorder with mixed personality features of antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, and paranoid personality disorder.
Yeah, okay, but I didn't quite understand those patterns of thought or sentences as far as.
Okay. All right. Well, she also diagnosed you with alcohol use disorder, moderate and sustained remission in a controlled environment.
Being mild meaning I liked it or something, or
Moderate,
still tried it? Oh,
meaning you have an alcohol use disorder, that you are an alcoholic at a moderate level, and that you've managed to stay clean while in a controlled environment, meaning prison.
yeah. Well, I've had access to those.
Correct.
I avoid those.
Okay.
Just
We-
the thought of it makes me shudder, and I just don't feel like, it's like that. I can't think why or how I could ever become
Right.
or be that.
Yeah, yeah, and you just talked at length with Ms. Kuklinski and Mr. Reese about your alcohol use. So I'm if you want to talk about the psych eval, let's talk about that. So Dr. Mosich had concerns about your safety in the community. She said you're a moderate risk for future violence.
Really?
What did you think? Yeah, did you read it?
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't know where I would be risk.
Okay, well, one moment, let me get to it. Let me go back to the finding. Well, do you recall what she said were the issues?
Yeah. Could you refresh me?
Sure. One moment.
Just
And while I'm going there, I have a question. I was quite confused about your family situation. In one report, you stated that your daughter was raised by her grandparents and you had no contact. And in another report, you told people she had been killed in a car accident. What is the real story about your daughter? Is she alive? Mr. Smith, is your daughter alive?
think so.
Okay. Why would you tell somebody she was killed at the same time as your wife in the crosswalk?
Because the pain was so great, I kind of want to figure
The pain of your,
Couldn't-
of what?
couldn't-
Your,
I couldn't help my situation as it was.
okay.
Put it away to endure, to bear.
Okay. Okay, I found the part where she discusses why she finds you to be at moderate risk for violence, both sexual violence and non-sexual violence. Did you want me to read it to you? So you can
Yeah.
comment?
Yeah,
All
would
right.
you?
Yeah, sure. She says it's elevated by several factors, particularly your prior non-sexual and sexual violence, personality disorder diagnosis, history of substance use, history of poor emotion regulation and coping skills, limited motivation, negative attitudes towards the criminal justice system, limited insight, and lack of a detailed parole plan. That it would be difficult to manage you in the community without a structured risk management plan. And then she goes on to say you would need to utilize pro-social coping strategies, abstain from substances, rely on professional and personal support when exposed to stressors, engage in sex offense specific treatment, and adhere to the conditions of parole. So that is why she made that assessment that you're at a moderate risk to commit both sexual violence and non-sexual violence. So now that I've read that to you, what are your thoughts?
Well, could you give me my name?
I'm sorry, what?
Could you give me my name?
What your name is?
Yeah,
Mr. Smith, Gary Smith.
the middle initial?
Your middle initial?
Yeah,
Hold on. I honestly don't remember. I've been calling you Mr. Smith, but let me find it. Why are you asking me to give you your name? I'm just curious.
make sure you got the right one.
Yeah, you are Gary Lester Smith. We established this at 12:55 when we started the hearing. And we
Okay.
also went over your SID number, if you recall.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so what are your thoughts about her assessment?
Could you repeat the assessment? Just briefly.
Yeah, you're at moderate risk for sexual violence and moderate risk for non-sexual violence.
Oh,
And I read you the paragraph
yeah.
listing the
okay.
reasons. So what are your thoughts?
Wow. I'm in your power. I know this. No way do I desire to be what I apparently was.
Okay. Well, do you think you're
Yeah.
at risk to commit future violence?
No. The whole time down is like good learning. Yeah, yeah. Just I just have no desire to.
Okay. Ms. Kuklinski, do you have any questions about the psychological evaluation? I don't have any additional questions.
I'm just curious, Mr. Smith, why you originally didn't participate in the psychological evaluation back in April. Why did you originally refuse to participate?
Unpreparedness, or, wanting to do something. Kind of felt like no hope.
You felt what?
No hope.
Well,
I
I feel like that seems, I mean,
kind of
I
familiar.
can understand that. You've been in prison a long time.
Familiar, yeah, with your cactus. You don't know what it would be like, you lost my wife, my daughter. Yeah.
Do you feel like you've been able to grieve that, Mr. Smith? Have you ever truly and properly grieved the loss of your wife and your daughter? Have you ever talked to a counselor about that loss?
No, I was just so in love with her and my daughter and my family. Fell on top of her. And that was where it's like it took every energy you had out of it. It took everything out of it. You just felt like a balloon that was inflated. Nothing left.
Well, and then it just seemed like you engaged in a lot of self-sabotaging behavior following the loss of your wife and your daughter, right? Everything just kind of,
Well, yeah, I did. Not something to advise anyone that's really. I think that more or less was like an answer to it all, self-destruction, annihilate yourself. Anyway,
I'm sorry, can I have you speak up a little? I missed that last part and I don't want to miss what you're
I
saying.
think after losing your wife and daughter and so forth, and whole structure, family felt like self-annihilation. You didn't deserve anything. And so you sought to destroy the only thing you had left was you. And so just didn't, you lost track, like a train running off the track. You just lost control.
Yeah.
It was very devastating.
I can't even imagine what it was like to lose your wife and then it sounds like then your daughter be raised by her grandparents. I imagine that was tremendously difficult.
God says you become one, that's true. You're one in the spirit, one in the body with each other, you're one. And you have a beautiful daughter and just feel blessed and on top of the world. Someone's hit and killed in a crosswalk. Now, part of the intro connection slipped away. You just feel totally out of, yeah, out of that. But, you know, you become one, you know, as part of it. You become your half functioning. Dr. Deep. Any man could function.
Mr. Smith, I'm going to have you speak up one more time. I'm having a hard time.
I loved her deeper than anything, more than anyone could know. I could never be in or close enough. I could never be close enough to her. I just possessed her like the air, the water, and life. That was ripped away. My whole being.
I am very, very sorry, Mr. Smith. Very sorry
God,
for your loss.
it's not your fault, right?
But it has had a significant impact on you in your life. And so I just, you know,
I saw comfort.
yeah.
And got in a situation I should.
Well, I mean, so Mr. Smith, I don't know what's available to you, but I mean, it certainly seems like something that, since you haven't talked with anybody professionally about it, I mean, I think that it is worth, you obviously carry still a great deal amount of pain and suffering, which is completely understandable. But, you know, if you have an opportunity to be able to work through that with someone there, you know, BHS, maybe a counselor, it might be good. It might be good for you. But I'm going to check in with Mr. Reese and see if he has anything for you. Okay.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Am I the right person? Am I the right you're saying?
I'm sorry, what are you asking? Are you
Am I
asking
the right person you're saying?
what? Yes, you're Gary Lester Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
Mr. Smith, are you confused about something right now, or are you afraid we're confused about who we're seeing?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess I went crazy just with someone else.
Okay. So, Mr. Smith, are you worried that we are talking to a different person, like about a different case, and you're not the right person for today's hearing? Are you thinking the board is confused?
Dang. You got me, right?
Yes. Do you need to take a break and get some water, eat a little food? I noticed you didn't eat, even though we're happy for you to eat. Would that help you?
Just queasy, that's all.
You're queasy? Okay, why don't we take a 10-minute break? And you maybe have a little food, use the restroom. And it is now,
That's a good idea. Can I?
okay, yeah,
Yeah, just the bathroom,
okay, why don't you eat something? Keep your blood sugar up, okay? We'll come back at 3:10.
what time is it now?
Well, okay, we'll come back at 4:10 your time, so it's 3:58 your time.
Is that gonna be okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
You sure I'm not putting you out?
No, she said she was staying and there's a guard staying, so it's fine.
Okay, yeah, okay, I need to use. So, should I do now?
Why don't you get up to use the restroom? Can you get up or are you feeling ill? Do we need someone to come in to see you?
No, I just have a stomach.
Okay,
Right now. It's not-
okay, well, we'll go off the record and we'll see you at 3:10. I'll have somebody come in and check on you.
Okay,
Okay?
all right. Okay.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah.
Hey, how are you doing?
Oh, grease in the stomach.
Well, let me check in with you right now because it seems like I know it's later in the day. I'm concerned you didn't eat. Do you feel ready to go on, or do you feel like we should find another time to finish this up? Because it looks like you don't feel well.
Well, my stomach's just queasy right.
Do you want to continue on, or do you want to find another time to finish this?
Just finish it, I guess.
Today or a different day?
Finish what you start.
Today? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't think we're going to be much longer. I don't have any additional questions for you. I have asked all the questions that I had. So I'm going to check in with Ms. Kuklinski to see if she has any outstanding or remaining questions.
Mr. Smith, I know you talked about potentially living with one of your brothers in Portland. Do you have any contact with your brothers at all?
Not really.
Do they know that you want to live with them?
You know, I haven't contacted them to find out.
Do you think that that might be important to do so that it isn't a surprise?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. I don't, just want to pop in and say,
Right.
guess what?
Do you know how to get a hold of your brother?
Huh?
Do you know how to get a hold of your brother? Do you have like an address for him that you can send a letter to?
Well, I'd have to get a confirmation.
You'd have to get it off what?
Confirmation on that.
Okay. But you can do that? You have a way to do that?
Who am I that you're saying?
So, Gary,
Got
what's that?
my whole name?
Gary Lester Smith.
Right. Okay.
Gary,
Anyway.
have you been experiencing hold on. Have you been experiencing confusion lately?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Do you feel confused right now?
No, my stomach's in knots.
Your stomach's in knots?
I don't know if we've ever had that, but
I have.
tightening.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Do you know how to get a hold of your brother?
yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a couple
Okay. Do you, I think that, once we kind of wrap up here, it might not be a bad idea for you to maybe check in with medical today. Is that something that you would be willing to do?
yeah, that probably be a good idea.
Okay. I mean, we are literally just wrapping up because we don't, we're at the very end here. But we want to make sure that you feel safe, physically safe to continue moving forward with this, because if you're in any kind of discomfort or pain, or you feel like you need immediate medical attention, then I think we need to go that route for sure.
Which entails what? What?
Which means we can do one of two things. We can wrap up here. We can ask any remaining questions we have. We can hear from Ms. Skarstad with the DA's office, You can provide any additional information that you want to, and then we can have you see medical, and we can wrap it up, or we can reschedule and finish this portion of the hearing up later.
Okay, so what do I gotta do right now?
I think maybe we should consider rescheduling the end of this and having you see medical. I'm a little concerned about what kind of how you're feeling right now.
No, my stomach is in knots. I don't know why.
Okay. But you've asked us a couple of times to tell you your name, and it makes me feel like maybe you're confused about what's going on here. And so I don't want there to be any confusion about what's going on.
Okay, well, this is a personality assessment.
This is a hearing to determine whether it's appropriate for you to be released or not. We are not doing an evaluation or an assessment on you. We are conducting a hearing.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Yeah. And you want me to do this test or answer some questions, right?
No.
I think I'm going to turn it over to Miss Cleaver, because I think we're going to wrap this up and kind of maybe get you to see some medical, okay?
Did I make a mistake, Miss Fleur?
No. So here's the deal. We're worried about you. We're all concerned about you.
Worry about
So,
me.
well, we are, and we're not here just to shuffle you through the process. We want to make sure you're okay, and we're concerned. So, what we're going to do is we're going to reschedule the last, I think, 30 to 45 minutes of this hearing to another day. And we're going to figure out how to get you to medical. Because I'm concerned. Have you seen medical recently for anything?
Oh, no, there didn't seem to be a reason to.
Okay. Well, I think you should. I think you should. I think somebody should just check in with you. Maybe it's just that you haven't eaten and your blood sugar has crashed. Maybe it's that you are getting sick. You have something going on. But I'm concerned. Okay.
How long have I been here?
You've been in this hearing for the last 2 hours and 20 minutes.
2 hours? 1 minute?
Yeah. No, an hour and 20 minutes. I'm sorry. Can I? Yeah, no, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, that's right.
I've done okay.
Well, we want someone to check on you, make sure you're okay. Okay?
No, I'm fine.
So hang on a minute. Okay, I'm gonna go off screen for a minute. Just hang on a minute. Okay?
Sure.
Hey, Mr. Smith?
Yeah.
So they're gonna come check in with you. Medical is gonna come in and just check in with you, see what's going on, make sure you're okay. And if you need some assistance, get you that assistance. And so I think I'm just gonna stay on screen with you. So that we make sure this happens. Okay. I don't want to I don't want to get off screen, and if things go sideways for you, Ms. Skarstad, you are welcome to exit the meeting at this point if you want to do that, and we will notify you of the continuation of the hearing.
Thank you
don't
very
have
much.
to stay.
I appreciate
do
that. Thank you.
I appreciate you being here, Mr. Flores. I don't know your involvement with this case, but we're literally just going to sit here and wait for someone to assist Mr. Smith.
Got my whole name.
Your whole name is Gary Lester Smith. Yes.
Okay.
That's your whole name. And we're just waiting for somebody to come in. How are you feeling?
Oh, just little stomach cramp.
Yeah.
Here.
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
know if it's from shivering or
Are you cold? Is it cold in there, or you just
it's chilly.
okay?
I don't know. You know, when you're doing that for a while, your stomach is tight.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we're trying to pick a date to finish up your hearing, okay? So hang tight and while we wait for medical.
I gotta endure more.
Just a little bit,
No,
okay? We're getting
why medical?
Because here. Hi.
Do you need medical?
Well, he has been exhibiting some confusion.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, he's been asking us his name repeatedly, complaining of stomach pains. We're just concerned that
Just
he
because
is
of the
confused.
Cold in here.
Yeah, yeah.
My
So,
stomach is knotted because of
yeah. And this started about 25 minutes ago.
Okay.
Maybe about 30 minutes. We took a break and it's still continuing.
oh.
I have security here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, just tight.
Yeah, because
Like,
the heater's
when
on
it's
here,
cold,
so I'm not sure.
kind of shivering.
can we speak to security really quick, please?
Yes, my security
How's
right
that?
here.
How's it
So, good. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
We're not worried about him shivering. He has been exhibiting confusion.
Okay.
He's asked us his name several times.
What is your name?
This started about,
Gary Lester's,
Okay. You know what today's date is?
um,
The unit or
I think it's one from,
he also exhibited
Okay.
confusion about why he
No, I
was
meant-
here.
I'm in J.
He thought he was here for something else that
Okay.
he's not here for. This started about 30 minutes ago.
I see.
It was a rapid descent. So
Is
we
this
would
something-
like him to be seen by somebody because it wasn't that way prior to 30 minutes ago.
So it is
Something has
something that
happened.
we think we need to finish the court and have them get evaluated.
Well, yeah, we're setting the balance of this hearing over. We want him evaluated because we're very concerned something is going on.
Because if I call for a medical response, it will be taken into infirmary for further
Oh,
evaluation.
no.
So then that would be
Well,
ultimately ending the court.
right. That's fine. We're setting this over anyway. We're picking a new
Okay.
date. So
Okay, perfect.
we want Mr. Smith, I know you don't want that, but we want you to be safe and healthy. Okay, that is,
That was great. I don't know.
well, things kind of went south. So we appreciate you coming. We'll end the hearing and we will notify of the new date. Okay? Okay. Please take care of yourself, Mr. Smith. All right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to go off the record then. Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate it.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.